옆에 러시아는 영어 정도 러시아예요. 영어 정도 한국이에요. 영어 정도. 기계가 A 할 때도 옆에 딱 밀리고 해야 돼요. 여기 있는 그냥 소스를 받아서 이 사람은 맥주가를 주고 그러면 생긴 아나운서가 이야기하면 그러면 저희가 마이크로 번역을 하면은
확인하려고 그래.
왜?
배부른 것 때문에. 풀기 시작하니까
어제.
이제 반응이 와.
어제 내가 문제인 못 알아들어서 그렇게 했던 거 너무 빵 터져. 아 나 진짜 지금 생각해도
문제. 뭐 문제?
나빵 터져. 나 진짜 너무 웃겨. 나 하면서 도대체 누구지?
나도 처음
나 중국
들었을 때는
사람 어떤 인사 이름인 줄 알았다.
나도 너무 처음에는 못 알아듣다가 아 이거인 것 같아.
문제인 것 같아.
그래서 재빨리 써줬잖아. 쓰면서도 너무 나도 진짜 웃음 찾느라 혼났네.
너무 웃겼어.
아 근데 그 사람은 그냥 포기했어.
너무 웃겼어.
저 앞에 있는 사람들은 표정 관리 어떻게 했을까? 그 패널 사람들.
귀가 있는 사람은 알겠지. 알아듣기 임파서블하다는 걸.
그리고 그 소장님은 왜 부스에 와가지고 뭐라고 해? 사회자한테 빨리 가야지. 중국어를 하지
당황하신
말라고.
거지. 당황하신 거지.
뭐 혹시 여기 오면은 될 줄 알았나? 중국어가 영어로나 한국어로?
혹시 두 분 중에 중국어 아세요? 막 이런 거 아니야?
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 10시부터 세션 2가 시작될 예정입니다. 로비에 계신 분들께서는 안으로 들어오셔서 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the session 2 of the symposium from 10 o'clock, so please come inside and take a seat. 네, 다시 한번 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 10시부터 세션 2 행사가 진행될 예정입니다. 참석자분들께서는 들어오셔서 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the session 2 of the symposium from 10 o'clock, so please come inside and take a seat. 네, 그리고 본 행사는 한영 동시통역이 제공됩니다. 통역이 필요하신 분들께서는 테이블 위에 놓인 수신기를 사용하시면 됩니다. 한국어는 채널 1번, 그리고 영어는 2번이니 참고 부탁드리겠습니다. 그리고 자리를 비우실 때는 분실을 방지하기 위해서 수신기는 자리에 두고 이동해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. We provide simultaneous interpretation. If you need interpretation service, please use the receivers right in front of you on the desk. Please turn to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. And please leave the receivers on the desk when you have to leave the room. 네, 아울러 원활한 행사 진행을 위해서 소지하고 계신 휴대전화는 진동 모드로 전환해 주시거나 꺼주시면 감사하겠습니다. And in order not to disturb the event, please put your cell phone on vibration mode or turn it off. 네네. 그리고 한 가지 더 Q&A도 뺄까요? 네, 그러면 잠시 후 10시부터 심포지엄 두 번째 행사인 두 번째 날 첫 행사인 세션 2를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 자리에서 잠시만 대기해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 안녕하십니까. 2020 한겨레 부산 국제 심포지엄의 2일차 사회를 맡은 이미사입니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Misa Lee, moderating Day 2 of the Hankyoreh-Busan International Symposium. I'd like to thank you once again for your presence at Day 2 of our symposium. Today, we will begin our first session by inviting President Frank Jannuzi of the Masahiro Foundation and Chancellor Kim of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. They will be discussing Korea Peninsula affairs and Northeast Asia policy. Please welcome Chancellor Kim with a warm round of applause. Chancellor Kim is an expert in international politics of Northeast Asia, U.S.-China relations, and ROC-U.S. relations. He has also worked with the Policy Planning Committee under the President, and he has also worked as advisor on diplomatic and security matters. President Jannuzi of the Masahiro Foundation is an expert in Korea Peninsula policy and U.S.-China relations, and he has also served as Policy Director of East Asian and Pacific Affairs at the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee. We will now invite Chancellor Kim to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to thank you for inviting me to the Hankyoreh.
Very much, and I'm very honored to be an interviewer in this great forum and timely forum. And how are you, Frank? Good to see you again.
Great to see you.
Yes. Yeah, we had a conversation before elections. Yeah, I'm witnessing you have a much more smile on your face. Yes, right? You're happy. Actually, I'm happy for you.
Very, very relieved.
Yes, yes. It was really dramatic elections. And actually, I today the CNN and this Biden is leading because opening vote is still going on, more than 5.1 million, and it is growing. And we talked about this. You know, this is historic elections that can affect American way of life and as well as in the world. And Biden himself, President-elect Biden himself, called this is inflection point for America. So how do you see it? Can you, of course, you would like it, but yeah.
Well, first of all, it's my great pleasure to join all of you virtually from Baltimore, Maryland. And I wish I were there with you in person, but I send my very warmest greetings to everyone in South Korea and all my friends there. The United States is still processing the election, and although the states have not yet certified their votes, the outcome is clear. And I will say that I think it is historic. We have had a very large turnout, both for Vice President Biden and also for Donald Trump. More than 150 million votes have been cast, and the final margin will see Vice President Biden winning by somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 or 8 million votes on the popular vote, and probably with 306 electoral votes, which is the same number that Donald Trump received in 2016. This election really is important for the United States in that I believe it reflects a commitment by the United States people to rule of law, to the international liberal democratic order, and frankly, to truth and science and integrity in public service. The Trump administration, America First motto is one that was somewhat at odds with a commitment to liberal democratic multilateralism. And so I think the American people have chosen a future which is more in line with America's greatest contributions since the end of World War II. And I look forward to a Biden administration that will recommit itself both to American allies, but also to rule of law and the international norms on human rights and democracy that have been so beneficial, I think, for the United States, but also for, obviously, South Korea and for many of our partners around the world.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, today we have a lot of questions, and I want to see you in face soon. But here is the rumor that you came and low-key here recently. Is that true, and what's the purpose?
So I did travel recently to South Korea on behalf of the Mansfield Foundation, not on behalf of the Biden campaign. You know, the Biden campaign, it accords to the traditional role of U.S. international connections between campaigns and foreign countries. We have only one president at a time, and we have only one administration at a time. And so my trip to South Korea was on behalf of the Mansfield Foundation, which is deeply committed to U.S.-South Korea cooperation and mutual understanding, and which runs many programs with South Korea, partly with support of the generous support of the Korea Foundation. So I want to thank the people of Korea for the opportunity to travel to Korea, but it had nothing to do with the Biden campaign. And everything to do with the mission of the Mansfield Foundation, which I have led for the last 6 years.
Okay, I trust you, and you should have called me.
Well,
then.
it's true.
Okay, actually, you know, you are supposed to give like an overview of the situation, especially U.S.-Korea relations. Let me give you like a 7 minutes overview about what's going to happen, what's the implication in this election's result.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I will be very brief because I really value the opportunity to speak with you and to engage in a conversation about the future of U.S.-ROK relations and the future of the United States engagement in Northeast Asia. We've already touched a little bit on the election, which has just been completed in the United States. It is historic. It is a significant accomplishment for Vice President Biden to defeat an incumbent president. It's always more difficult, to be honest, to beat an incumbent who enjoys many advantages. And Vice President has done that by the most decisive margin since 1932, when Franklin Roosevelt defeated incumbent President Hoover. So the win is a very satisfying win for Democrats. But there's also a cautionary tale. Many millions of people, 72 million people, voted for President Trump. And this is why I think you saw in his speech last Saturday, Vice President Biden made a very sincere and a very heartfelt outreach to the nation, in which he pledged to be a president for all Americans, and in which he encouraged his own party to reach out to Republicans, to listen and to work to heal the nation and to hopefully unify the country under his leadership. This will not be easy. There are many important issues which divide the Democratic and Republican parties: immigration policy, healthcare policy, also disputes about the future of climate change policy, are just a few of the core differences that separate the parties as a matter of policy. But I think that President Biden will be leading from the center and making a great effort to reach across the aisle, as he did when he was a Democratic senator, to Republican colleagues to try to make common purpose on common interests. Of course, in Korea, you're most interested in what does this mean for U.S. foreign policy. There has been a lot of discussion about China, and from my earliest days as a student in China in 1984, right through to the present, the U.S.-China relationship has been one of the defining relationships of the 21st century. And the rise of China, which has affected 1.4 billion people, is clearly one of the great strategic events of our lifetimes. And now we have two powers, the United States and China, which comprise nearly 40% of global GDP, and whose power is truly global and whose reach is global. And we should not expect this relationship to be one that is free from competition or free from rivalry. And I think it's very clear that the United States, whether it's under President Biden or the previous president, President Trump, has a deep concern that China is not playing by the rules. One of the things I've observed about Senator Biden is that his career has been marked by three pillars with respect to U.S.-China relations. The first, that he expects China to play by the rules, that whether it's in the WTO or the rules of international nonproliferation or on human rights norms, that his expectation is that the emergence of China on the world stage is a good thing, but that China should expect to be held accountable for rule of law and international norms. The second is that on security issues, Biden has a very low tolerance for anything that China might do that would threaten U.S. national security. When I traveled with him to China in 2001, a lot of the discussions were about Iran and Chinese arms sales to Iran at that time, which were of great concern to Senator Biden. And the third area of concern, of course, is human rights. And this is a matter of global norms and standing with democratic countries for the rights that are enumerated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And here, I just want to be clear that my expectation is that if Biden speaks out on human rights, it's with a certain amount of humility, because the United States has its own human rights problems. We are still struggling with issues of racial justice. We are still struggling with issues of equal rights for women and LGBT and the disabled. And no nation is perfect on human rights. But I expect that Senator Biden will be a champion for those rights. And finally, let me say a word about the US ROK and DPRK relationships. It strikes me that Senator Biden, in his Yonhap op-ed, which was published just a couple of days ago, made very clear his commitment to US ROK alliance. I witnessed this firsthand in the Blue House when I traveled with Biden to meet with Kim Dae-jung, and over lunch, the two leaders had a deep conversation about what binds our two countries together. And of course, Biden even offered the hand of friendship and support to Kim Dae-jung when he was in exile in the United States as a democracy leader, activist in South Korean politics. So Biden has a long-standing commitment to the US-ROK alliance. He respects that it is the Korean peninsula, not the American peninsula, and that everything the United States tries to accomplish in Korea should be done in close consultation with the South Korean government. So I expect that pattern of behavior will very much continue when he is in the Oval Office. And finally, on North Korea, I think there's a certain amount of admiration for the daring and for the courage and for the creativity that President Trump showed when he reached out to North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and arranged a summit meeting in Singapore. And I was among those who praised President Trump for daring to reach out to the top level of the North Korean leadership to try to convince North Korea that the United States could be a genuine partner in peace. Unfortunately, President Trump did not prepare for that summit, nor did his administration ever create the necessary underpinnings, the necessary hard work to reinforce this high-level diplomatic opening with meaningful diplomatic engagement. And I think that where President Biden and President Trump will differ is on their style of leadership. Both are willing to engage North Korea. Biden knows there is no other pathway to peace on the Korean peninsula other than through engagement with North Korea. But he's not interested in a photo op. Vice President Biden, soon to be President Biden, if he engages in a summit meeting, it's going to be to get stuff done. It's not going to be just to get it on the front pages of the newspaper or to get a nomination for a Nobel Prize. So I would expect that a Biden administration will be very methodical. very careful, and very step by step in attempting to engage with North Korea in the pursuit of peace, denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and meaningful North-South cooperation, peace, and normalization of relations. And in all of this, Biden will be guided very much by the wishes of the South Korean people as expressed democratically through their leaders. Because Biden is at heart a Democrat, not just a Democratic Party member, but a believer in democracy and rule of law. And he will listen carefully to the South Korean leaders as they explain to him the path forward that they want to pursue for peace and denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula. I think I can stop there, and I really look forward to your questions and having a dialogue with you.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, it's a very good summary, an overview of the issue, and you touched three issues actually that are the main core of the relationship between two countries. One is the issue of rise of China, and the second issue is alliance. The other issue is North Korean nuclear issues. So let me dig into these three different issues. There are, big, right now it's big speculation and expectations because we will be deeply affected by the new presidency in America, and especially this nuclear and the alliance issue. And let me put aside that the China issue at the end. There are, general evaluation or predictions among Korean experts here. Alliance-wise, the much better situation under Biden, because he said that he will recover and heal the alliance that damaged under President Trump. And almost everybody agrees, but some people said the North Korean issues and some speculation about one is, which is, I don't agree, but like a revival of the strategic patience. The second issue is because timing issues, changing of government takes time and, those things. So, and we are going to lose time. And another one is, President-elect Biden has so much homework domestically, and coronavirus and the economy. So one thing that Trump did best is this lifting this North Korean issue to the top priority. So we are afraid of going back to the older days and those things. So what's your take on these issues?
Thank you very much. It's a very good set of questions, and I fully appreciate why some in Seoul and across South Korea might have anxiety that there would be an opportunity lost. Moon Jae-in government has, I guess about 18 months or so, and there's an opportunity and a commitment by the South Korean government to try to make real progress in North-South relations and toward peace on the Korean Peninsula. And the reassurance I can offer, even though I cannot speak for the Biden campaign, but just offering my own personal observations as someone who worked closely with Biden for 12 years, is that there has never been a U.S. president more knowledgeable, more prepared, more ready to start from day one in the conduct of American foreign policy than Joseph R. Biden, with the possible exception of George Herbert Walker Bush, who had also served, like Biden, as a vice president and who, unlike Biden, had also served as head of the CIA. Biden has 36 years as a member of the Foreign Relations Committee, 8 years as vice president. There's no learning on the job for Joe Biden. He will enter the Oval Office fully prepared from day one to engage in tough diplomatic activity around the world. Yes, he will be very much focused on COVID and on economic recovery from the pandemic. There is no doubt about that. But we have a big government full of able people. And a Biden administration will be well staffed by experts, very knowledgeable, very experienced on the Korean Peninsula. And so I fully expect that there will be no delay, no need for lengthy policy reviews, and no sense that we should wait or allow time to pass, because time is not really our friend on the Korean Peninsula. Already the peninsula has been divided for 70 years. We need to make progress on peace, and we need to do it now. I think that there is also some misunderstanding about strategic patience. It always confused me a little bit that patience was considered somehow to be a bad thing when dealing with North Korea. To me, when dealing with the North Korean challenges, patience is an asset and not a liability. What we don't want is neglect of the problem. That would be a big problem. That would be a big liability for the United States. We should never neglect the North Korea challenge. But patience, I'm okay with patience. In fact, in my own meetings with North Korean officials, it requires a lot of patience. And I think they have a lot of patience with me. So no one in South Korea should believe that patience is the same as neglect. In fact, the Obama administration tried many times to engage with North Korea, and North Korea did not make it easy, whether it was through nuclear tests or missile tests, or the torpedoing of the Chung-in, or the shelling of YPDO. There were many obstacles that confronted the Obama-Biden administration as they tried to make progress on the Korean Peninsula. So I think much will depend on North Korea's actions, but I am confident that as president, Biden will waste no time engaging with the South Korean leadership to devise a plan of action on how best to pursue diplomacy with North Korea. And I'm hopeful that effort will be undertaken swiftly and with great expertise.
Thank you very much. Actually, before I came to this stage, I talked to one of the organizers, said it's 50 minutes a long time, but I disagree. And then I think probably I'm right. I was right. But anyways, already half of the session passed. So from now on, I have a lot of questions. So
I will keep my answers more brief.
Okay. And actually, I totally agree with you. About his expertise, Biden's expertise himself, and at the same time, so many experts, and unlike president who never listened to the scientists and experts, but I think Biden has an ear to listen to this expert. I think that's very fortunate, and it's good. But here, there are some concerns about some people are still, they actually disappointed. Some people are disappointed, by Trump. So jump into the group there, and who still are very hardline positions against North Korea. And some people are really support sanctions still. And those people are one group there. And some people are, step by step, flexible approach and more realistic, just like you. And depending on the president's elect selection or choose sides. So what do you think about this?
Well, of course, in Washington, we have a motto that policy is people and people are policy. And personnel decisions will matter. But what I know from experience working for Joseph Biden is that he listens carefully to different points of view before reaching his own judgment. And he's got good judgment. So I think we should not fear a policy debate between those who might have more of an arms control approach to the peninsula and those who might embrace a more East Asia-centric approach, between those who might prioritize denuclearization and those who might prioritize peace. The reality is that these are complex issues that are intertwined, and no unidimensional approach will ever succeed. We need to make progress on the denuclearization of the peninsula, We also need to make progress on security and peace. We need to make progress on human rights and people to people. All three of these pathways for peace are intertwined like a cable or my daughter's hair braided together. And so we cannot unbraid them. We have to appreciate that we have to work on all of these challenges simultaneously. And I don't know, and I cannot predict exactly how a Biden administration will prioritize the tasks at hand. But I have a lot of confidence in his judgment, and I have a lot of confidence also in his ability to listen, not just to experts around him in the US government, but also to listen to the South Korean government. I like to tell my friends that presidents actually speak their own secret language that is only available to leaders. So Prime Minister Suga, President Moon Jae-in, President Biden, President Xi Jinping, they speak a special language, and they will listen to each other as they work together, hopefully, to try to forge an effective approach to engage North Korea.
Let me give you one other supplementary questions. Usually you talked about the regionalists, the Asian experts, and the functionalist arms control and things like that. Mostly, in other cases, usually regionalists tends to be more moderate because they understand the region.
Right. And
the functionalists tend to be a more hardliner, but this Korea issue, North Korea issue is flipped in a way. And these days, arms control is more realistic because North Korea diversify their nuclear capabilities. So it's not realistic to denuclearize at once, as some hardliners argue. So in a way, regarding North Korea, these Asian experts are the major part, but overall, this functionalist has a main pillar of the U.S. nuclear policy. So how it is going to work out in your sense?
Well, again, it's a very good question. And one of the things I try to communicate to my Korean friends is that they must remember that for the United States, North Korea's denuclearization is not just an objective for peace and security in Northeast Asia, but it's also, frankly, integrated as part of a global non-proliferation arms control challenge. And while the Korean government is really focused like a laser on peace and stability and denuclearization of the peninsula, the United States necessarily must assess the situation on the peninsula in a global context. And this does complicate American decision-making. Sometimes I've lamented, I've found it regrettable that the United States cannot isolate the peninsula in our thinking, because it might be a little easier to solve the equation if we did not have to consider how our approach to North Korea might send messages to Iran or to other aspiring nuclear powers around the world. But of course we must. So I hope that the arms controllers' pragmatism, where they recognize that the process of denuclearization will take time, will be married to an East Asian specialist appreciation for the people-to-people, the historical challenges, and the regional context of North Korea, and how it fits together with China and South Korea and Japan and Russia. I hope that US policy will reflect a harmonious integration of these interests. That's really the job of the National Security Council, to try to bring all those disparate voices to the president, to integrate them, and to present the president with rational policy options. And I will make one partisan comment here, which is that President Trump was not very much interested in process. He felt that his voice and his brain were sufficient to set policy direction. And I think Biden is much more traditional in that he will encourage a policy process in the US government that brings expertise and policy options to the Oval Office. for his consideration. And for Korea, I think that's a very good thing. I think it will result in better, more sustainable policy.
Yes, yeah, we have a high chance to go back to normal. I'm happy for that. Anyways, I got so many calls from reporters, and then actually I advise them. There's tendency here to pick up, that bashing North Korea, that statement made by high officials or high figures under the Biden camp, and they just collected it and look at that. Don't expect too much. Though they are also hawkish, and then they just warn that the high expectation here. That's one thing I want to talk about. And the other way, you talked about that this arms control and more pragmatism. Actually, it's not really politically popular there because it looks like legitimizing North Korea, and this long-term plan then can give a chance North Korea to legitimize their possession of the bomb. So if you are, maybe you will be in the post, then how are you going to overcome this kind of objections or resistance from there?
Well, again, I thank you for the question. Speaking just as someone who has tried to puzzle through the challenges on the peninsula, it strikes me that there is a real danger in the United States or South Korea ever accepting North Korea as a nuclear weapons state. I don't think that is something we would ever want to do. And I don't think any US president will ever want to acknowledge North Korea, as a legitimate nuclear weapons state. The goal must and should remain a denuclearized Korean peninsula. And how we get there is where the real debate will be. And there are those who believe, like John Bolton, that we should try to get there very rapidly in a kind of an overnight solution. And I think that those who have studied the problem closely believe that such an approach is not practical, even if it might politically be desirable. And so that is why I think the United States, working with South Korea, has been trying to devise a more realistic pathway toward the goal of complete denuclearization of the Korean peninsula. I wish I could tell you how long that would take. I have no idea. Smart people like Siegfried Hecker from Los Alamos Nuclear Laboratories believes that we should work on the most important issues first and work our way through the list, and that it might take years to finally accomplish the denuclearization of the Korean peninsula. And I trust Sig's judgment on this because he truly has studied it more closely than almost anyone I know. But the point you're getting at, I think, is the policy debate which will occur in Washington, D.C., but is also going on right now in Seoul about what kind of a down payment the North should make in terms of proving their commitment to denuclearization and what we would be willing to provide in return. And that's the stuff that diplomats will argue about. Biden told me once that it's the job of diplomats to turn the impossible into something that is just unlikely. So let's be honest. If denuclearizing North Korea was easy, we would have done it a long time ago. It's hard. And let's also not sugarcoat the nature of the North Korean government that we're dealing with. It is not a government that respects international norms on security, on human rights. It's a government that we have deep differences with, and we should not pretend otherwise.
Thank you very much. Actually, I totally agree with you. But again, taking realistic steps, can be framed by the hardliners. Are you recognizing North Korean nuclear? And step by step means that's the North Koreans' approach. They want to earn time and things like that. I think it's really will come You want to say something about that?
I hear you, but what's interesting to me, I hear you very clearly, but it's interesting to me that the Democrats have not said to President Trump, you are recognizing North Korea as a nuclear weapon state when you sit down with him in Singapore without demanding any concrete steps toward denuclearization. Let's be blunt. We've been living with a nuclear-armed North Korea for 14 years under both Democratic and Republican presidents. So you're not wrong. I agree with you that there will be conservative critics who will always attack President Moon Jae-in or President Biden for a process of denuclearization, which takes time. But where have those critics been for the last 14 years where we have been living with a nuclear-armed North Korea?
Exactly. Yes. Okay. Here are the debates. Which is a strong point about the top-down of Trump administrations, and then for the past 30 years, actually, Democratic Party, actually have run this bottom-up approach in working level. Sorry about that again. And, the Biden, the president-elect in the presidential debate, the sentences about North Korea, he called it Kim Jong-un thug. And actually, that actually drew a lot of attention here. See how he's so firm about Kim Jong-un. But I more, attentive about the second part. He said he would meet Kim Jong-un if, Kim Jong-un does something. So I think that's good news for me, actually. But here, again, that's the first part. He called him thug is more got attention. Another one is, actually, by President Moon talked about this, the top-down and the bottom-up. Actually, all the times, working level, bottom-up, but in a way never went up to the up, started from the bottom. But Trump's problem is they're talking about on the top but never go down. That's the problem. So maybe we are thinking of combine these two. Combination of bottom-up and top-down. So I think it's the best of the two. What do you think about that?
I think you're very wise, and I think you should write an op-ed about that.
No more addition.
Look, I think it requires both. I think that I have enough experience talking to North Korean officials to appreciate that they do not have a lot of maneuvering room. And at the same time, building trust, defining terms, defining objectives, narrowing the differences, identifying the key priorities. All of this needs to happen at the working level. But at some point, when you come to decision making, the North Korean system is very autocratic and top-down. And if you don't engage with senior leaders, you're not going to get anywhere. So I think it's really more about how to be catalytic and at what point you engage the senior leadership and with what objective. So again, I don't think Trump was wrong to try a top-down approach. I think that he failed because he did not build a foundation under his initiative. And if Biden attempts more of a bottom-up approach, but he fails to deliver a top-level engagement at the appropriate time, then his approach will also fail. So I think that your wisdom here about the North Korean system is something that not enough people in the United States fully appreciate, that you need both a bottom-up and a top-down approach if you're going to get anywhere with North Korea. And I hope that that this is something that will be appreciated by the Biden administration.
I think I'm glad that when I heard, Biden's comment on that he is willing to meet under some specific condition, and he didn't talk about the CVID. So you served him and advised him for a while, at least a long time, in Foreign Relations Committee, so you know him very well. So I think he is going to meet him if conditions are met.
Well, I certainly hope so. And you remember, it was Obama in 2008 who articulated the idea that a U.S. president should be willing to meet with the leader of North Korea if that meeting could yield a meaningful breakthrough in the relationship. And at the time, Obama was criticized by many people in the Democratic Party who thought, well, you're legitimizing a dictator, you're legitimizing a nuclear power. And Obama did not flinch. He said, no, of course, we should be willing to meet if that meeting can help to realize a significant progress in the diplomatic engagement. And I think that is what Biden said he would do. And I can tell you, having worked for him for many years, that he is a man of his word, and he's very trustworthy, and he doesn't lie. So if he says that's what he intends, he means it.
Yeah, I really hope so. Actually, one of the contribution that President Trump made is, he lowered the bar for symmetry. So I think we should take advantage of it. It doesn't mean that we have to condone, any provocation from the North. And that's I think, the same context that Minister Kang said, we don't have to start from scratch. We can start from what we have now. I think it's important. We have less than 10 minutes. Actually, I think we have a great talk about an insightful comment on North Korea issue. Let me ask another, the two, each questions, one question for each. One is alliance. Many people are very optimistic about alliance. Yeah, I agree with it. But is there anything that can cause a problem? I think SMA, burden sharing is no problem. But one problem is, always, this is related to China-U.S. rivalry, actually. Trump administration is kind of not really officially demanding choose a side over the other. But the pressure was so high, like a Quad or Quad Plus and EP and all that. Do you think this will be the same kind of pressure, or the early euphoria and we're going to meet the reality later? What's your take on that?
Well, it's a very good question, and my crystal ball is a little bit foggy in terms of making predictions. But let me just highlight one distinction. Where the Trump administration wanted to align like-minded countries, democracies, market economies, in a virtual anti-China alliance, I believe that a Biden administration will seek to align those same like-minded countries in an alliance in defense of the liberal democratic order. There is a difference between whether the efforts to accomplish a kind of a unity of purpose is oriented against China, or whether it's oriented in favor of rule of law, IPR protection, security, human rights, democracy. And I don't think that Biden is very interested in having an anti-China policy. I think Biden is deeply committed intellectually, personally, and emotionally to the liberal democratic order that respects human rights, that respects democracy, that respects open markets, freedom of navigation, rule of law. So I do expect that the United States under President Biden would have high expectations for an ally like the Republic of Korea as a partner in defending that liberal democratic order against any enemies wherever they might come from. But I don't think that President Biden would ever want to try to assemble an anti-China coalition. China is 1/5 of humanity. The United States has a lot of common interests with the people and the government of China with respect to making the world peaceful, prosperous, stable, healthy, and sustainable. So it would be a huge mistake for the United States to embark on an anti-China crusade. And I don't think that the United States should be trying to enlist our allies and partners in such a tilting at windmills approach to foreign policy.
Okay, we have 5 minutes, and I'm going to ask a final question. This is related to Korea-Japan ever-worsening relationship. And actually, people are one side expecting that because Trump ignores this, but I'm sure President-elect Biden will do something about this. In a good way, yes, we need to improve our relationship. On the other side, we have the 8 years memory of 8 years of Obama administration. Many people in Korea, especially progressives, are very disappointed at the time that more like U.S. and Japan has like a honeymoon relationship and a kind of pressure on those issues. So, and many Koreans are concerned about that. Many foreign policy experts and advisors who are expected to take a major post in the new government are considered more like pro-Japan. Is it a valid argument, you think? And,
well, maybe I
should. Please give your opinion about the relationship or the mediating role of the U.S. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. And let me bring the conversation back to where you started when you asked the candid question about my visit to Korea a couple of weeks ago. One of the missions of the Mansfield Foundation is to promote cooperation between the United States and our friends and partners in East Asia. And one of the initiatives that we have underway right now is a trilateral U.S. ROK Japan legislative dialogue. And we had our most recent dialogue round just last night, a very productive dialogue, trilateral, involving legislators of every party across the political spectrum in the United States, in Japan, and in South Korea. And I believe the United States has a deep and abiding interest in the ability of ROK and Japan to work closely together on intelligence sharing, on trade, on defense of liberal democratic norms, IPR, human rights, democracy. And any time that South Korea and Japan are having difficulty working together, I think the United States should lend its good offices to try to encourage dialogue and problem solving. At the end of the day, it's up to the South Korean people and the Japanese people to manage their bilateral affairs. But the United States is not a disinterested party. We have profound interests at stake in Northeast Asian peace and stability. It affects everything about America's future, including our relationship with China. So I would hope that the United States would do what it can to lend their good offices, not to mediate or to try to litigate the difficulties between South Korea and Japan, but simply to underscore the common interests that we share as liberal democracies, and to encourage both nations to work with each other to resolve all outstanding difficulties. I don't think that history can ever be forgotten, nor should it be. But I think we have to live in the future and not in the past. So I think that the Mansfield Foundation will do what it can to facilitate and to remind the people of South Korea and Japan that we have many common interests at stake: climate change, nuclear security, denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and encouraging China to be a responsible stakeholder in the world. And that was the purpose, frankly, of my visit to South Korea. And it, I hope, will be a mission that the Mansfield Foundation can carry out in the future years. And I really look forward to working with the people of South Korea, the government of South Korea, and the people and the government of Japan, because the Mansfield Foundation is somewhat uniquely positioned by virtue of our deep connections to both countries to encourage that kind of quiet, mutually respectful dialogue. And I was very encouraged by the conversation we had last night. And I was also equally encouraged by the mission to Tokyo, undertaken just in the last couple of days by lawmakers from South Korea, also working to establish dialogue and channels of communication between Seoul and Tokyo.
Yeah, we are almost up. Time is up, but I think we can squeeze 1 or 2 minutes. The last question, actually. Always good to talk to you and all enlightening. Actually, this is, like your first name, you're frank and honest. And
Try to be.
Yeah, because these days, Korean, congressmen and politicians are trying to contact and try to build a network with the Biden's camp, and then I told them that's not now, not too fast, not too slow. And I'm sure that you have, in the middle of so many calls and inviting. So any advice for them?
Well, the advice I would offer is that Biden is what we call old school. He means he only has one president in the United States at a time. Right now we have one president, Donald Trump. And so it would be inappropriate for the Biden campaign to engage in any foreign policy with foreign leaders. I think messages of congratulation are always welcome. I think that Biden has been heartened to have received so many warm messages of congratulations. And I believe that he had a conversation with President Moon Jae-in today, although I don't have, or is it tomorrow? I don't have the details on that yet. But I know that that conversation is planned. And my hope only for my Korean friends is that they would have some patience and understand that until January 20th at noon, the President of the United States is named Donald J. Trump, and Biden will respect that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Actually, yes, I really, we are happy to have you, very sincere, the people like you. I think it's my asset at the same time, Republic of Korea's asset. So be there, doing good things between these two countries. Always good to talk to you. And thank you for taking your valuable time. Keep in touch. Thank you very much.
It's my great pleasure. Okay, 감사합니다. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I wish you a very successful dialogue and conference.
Okay. Bye.
감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 앞으로 미국 정책
Yes, that was a very frank and passionate conversation to light the way, to brighten the way forward for Korea and for the Korea-U.S. alliance. Thank you very much. Please send a big round of applause to both Mr. Frank and also to Mr. Kim. With this, we'll wrap up this session and take a 10-minute break to rearrange the stage for the next session, and then we'll resume with session 3.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 11시부터 다음 세션을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 로비에 계신 분들께서는 들어오셔서 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin from 11 o'clock, so please come inside and take a seat. 네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 11시부터 세션 3를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 로비에 계신 분들께서는 들어오셔서 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 그럼 지금부터
Now we will begin the session on the role of Northeast Asia's maritime logistics in the post-COVID-19 era of global supply chain restructuring. Actually, we had scheduled an opening speech by the president of KMI, Mr. Chang Yong-tae, but he had to attend a session at the National Assembly, so we will go straight into the session. Let me introduce the moderator for this session, KMI Vice President of Research, Mr. Kim Jong-deog. And as discussants, we have Mr. Kim Kye-hwan, who is the Executive Director of the Center for International Industry and Trade, and Mr. Park Ho-Chul, Vice President for Global Business Busan Port Authority, and Mr. Professor Sang-joon of Kookmin University, and last but not least, Mr. Sung-woo, General Policy Research Division Deputy President of KMI. And we will also have with us Mr. Kawai Masahiro, who will be joining us online. She is the Representative Director and Director General, Economic Research Institute for Northeast Asia, ARENA. And currently, he is also teaching at the Tokyo University. And before we have the panel discussion, we will invite Mr. Jean-Paul Rodrigue of the Hofstra University to give a keynote speech. He is a world-renowned authority on transport geography, so let's listen to his keynote speech first.
I'm a professor at the Department of Global Studies and Geography at Hofstra University in New York. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers to give me this opportunity to give, unfortunately, a remote presentation about the role and prospects of maritime logistics in the restructuring of global supply chain after COVID-19. So, as we are very well aware, global supply chains are facing a lot of challenges because of the COVID pandemic. You have to understand when a crisis takes place, and they do take place on a relatively regular basis, although their severity varies, of course. A crisis does not create something new. It exposes the weaknesses of what is existing. And when we look at COVID-19, it is actually a crisis that has been quite, I would say, successful or quite, I would say, efficient at exposing several of the vulnerabilities of global supply chain. And I tried to articulate this, I would say, over 4 major domains or 4 major ranges of impact. The first one is pretty much every major supply chain around the world is being restructured, rebalanced as we speak, in terms of the suppliers, the origin, the mode of distribution, the destination, all the way down to e-commerce. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is, we have known that pretty well, supply chains have been tested in terms of their resilience, how efficient they are at handling shocks, and what are the major propagation and backpropagation mechanisms that take place within these supply chains. We are also experiencing repricing of a lot of assets, a lot of resources. What used to be abundant has become scarce, and what used to be scarce has become more abundant. And that's also a very, I would say, interesting development. And the last thing, which is worth also considering, is to what extent COVID-19 is simply a singularity, something new that happens only once, and when it's over, it's simply going to have consequences to which we're going to adjust to. Or is it something which has become, you could say, a new normal? You could even mention if the current pandemic, from an epidemiological perspective, is going to become endemic, and we're going to see a resurgence from time to time, and the need for readaptation, and I would say a society which has been transformed by these changes. Of course, I don't have a clear answer to the last point, but this is a question which is worth asking, because if this is something which is singular, you deal with it, but if it's something which is becoming a new normal, you have to, I would say, transform yourself to some kind of a new reality. When we look at supply chains, we obviously look at the supply chain process itself with, you could say, the sourcing, the raw materials, the intermediate phases, manufacturing, assembly, distribution, all the way down to the market. And obviously this is supported by several transportation chains involving container transportation, obviously. The port, which is an important aspect of global supply chain. But there's a whole series or sequences of transportation mode behind this. And when a distribution, you would say a disruption is taking place, it involves a series of shocks depending upon its nature where it takes place. It can be supply shocks, which involve disruption over, let's say, the sources of raw materials, the sources of parts. It could have an impact on the workforce. It could be demand shocks, where you have an impact on the demand itself, that is a change in consumer behavior, changes in consumer preferences, changes in, you could say, the major purchasers of goods. And in between, you have what we call distribution shocks or distribution constraints, which in both cases, the supply shock and the demand shock are also forcing readjustment in terms of the modes, the terminals, and the locations where distribution is taking place. When we have a crisis, it usually involves a single element. I can give you an example. In the United States, when we have an hurricane, it is usually a temporary demand shock, and then the system readjusts itself. But when we deal with pandemics, such as COVID-19, you are dealing with a shock which impacts every single component, from the supply perspective all the way down to the demand, and this at the same time. And this is, I would say, the major challenge that we are facing. And you have seen probably these graphs over and over again, But it is relevant to underline that the pandemic, so far as it takes place, as I would say, as it emerged over a series of waves, a sequence, a very specific sequence of events that took place at different rates in different places. And that's also creating a lot of disruptions within the supply chain. We can think about the first wave, which took place in China. Although the severity of the pandemic officially, we don't know what the numbers what numbers really are taking place in China, took place there. And then you saw a second wave, which involved a series of demand shocks around the world, where you saw a series of lockdowns, and that impacted supply chains tremendously. And then afterwards, you start to experience a series of adaptation. That is the growth of e-commerce, new, I would say, adaptation of ports and terminals to new sanitary procedures, new change in demand patterns that you try to cope with. And now we're entering a very disturbing phase, which I call the fourth wave, or the phase of divergence, where things are no longer synchronized. That is, you start to have a resurgence of the pandemic in places such as Europe, and in other places of the world, the pandemic seems to be receding. So wherever you are, you have different forms of effect and demand shocks and supply shocks that are all taking place, but in some kind of asynchronistic fashion, which creates a lot of uncertainties regarding this. So that this chart here represents, again, a synthesis of all these shocks that took place. From the first, the supply shock, which was propagating among supply chain, followed by the demand shock that took place because of lockdowns. And then the third phase was, in a sense, a very uneasy time where you start to adapt and you start to wonder if you should reopen your economy, if you should change the sanitary measures, because you understand very well that there is down the line what we call a deferred demand trap. That is, at some point in time, what happens is what tended to be a temporary crisis could become a depression as your demand patterns has vanished because of, I would say, loss of employment and changes in the manufacturing sector, for instance. So that's something that currently, we are ongoing. We have a lot of different backpropagation mechanism that involves to what extent what used to be a temporary crisis is becoming a recession or even a depression. Speaking of which, when we talk about economic crisis, they are usually unfolding in a series as a sequence, but also they have an impact which varies according to the economic sector. Usually, it is the durable goods sector which has the largest impact because it is the demand where the demand tends to be quite discretionary. So when you have a recession or depression, this is where you observe the largest setback in terms of the demand. While other sectors such as basic goods, of course, with food, in many cases energy, tend to be impacted to a lesser fashion. But there's always some form of disruption, obviously. But speaking of the sequence, and that's also something which is very interesting, a crisis usually takes place as a sequence. That is, you first notice a weakening or some kind of a shock regarding future index, such as transportation rates, such as commodity prices. Then the production sector adapts itself because many people in the industry are now anticipating substantial changes in the market demand, and then they adjust the supply accordingly. And then you start to observe that in trade and container volumes. And those are the last sectors to take place. So there's usually some kind of a lagging effect that takes place. Obviously, with the pandemic that we got with COVID-19, the sequence essentially disappeared. Everything took place almost at the same time, which is, again, something which is quite novel and unusual. Here's an example of what happened in the United States in terms of the impact of the pandemic concerning economic sectors. Most of the sectors that were the most heavily impacted were sectors which were based upon services and discretionary demand, but also services which were highly involved or involving human impacts or human contacts with one another, while the sectors that were freight related were much less, to some extent, impacted by the supply and demand shock. So that's something you have to bear in mind. There's always, when you have a crisis, a shock, you always have a sequence, and you always have, I would say, discriminatory impact on different economic sectors. And that's what happens in the United States. I would suspect that's what happened to quite a similar way in Korea. And you could expect similar observations across the world. So it's quite relevant when you look at the pandemic to try to compare with the previous one, the previous major crisis that we got, which was in 2008, 2009. And this is what I did. I took a series of indicators, such as the Purchasing Manager Index, and such as the Global Container Throughput Index. Those are well known within the supply chain industry, usually people with oil prices as well. You put them all together, and you notice that when the 2008, 2009 financial crisis took place, there was some kind of a delay effect. There was a sequence of events, and it took many years to recover. Some indicators recovered quite rapidly, some others took a fair amount of time. However, because the COVID-19, as opposed to the financial crisis, is an external shock, it is caused by events which are completely external to the economy in the industry, unlike the financial crisis of 2008, 2009, which was an outcome of internal problems that manifested themselves eventually. COVID-19 was something you could not very effectively predict. It happened, and it affected the industry, which was functioning relatively well. Again, this is subject to debate, depending upon which economies you are looking at. Then this external shock was synchronized. Everybody, everything declined and was impacted at the same time. However, the good news is, since it is an external shock, it may have less opportunities to become internalized. It could disrupt economic system, obviously. It did disrupt many economic systems. That's without any doubt. However, the indicators that we have so far indicate that there is a very sharp bounce back and recovery, which is good news. Again, the concern right now is to what extent this is sustainable. But overall, the major concern is what is external could become internalized within the system. And right now, that's the risk of what could happen. And we could experience a second pullback effect. In that case, if it happens, that will be something which will be similar than, let's say, the 2008, 2009 financial crisis. Again, that remains to be seen. Concerning maritime shipping, that was something quite, I would say, remarkable to observe around the world. Of course, when you compare the number of container vessel calls around the world, when you compare 2020 and 2019, what we have so far, there's been a drop. That's without, again, nobody will disagree with that much. But what is interesting is that the crisis took place at a very unique time in China, which was roughly during Chinese New Year's. And usually when a Chinese New Year's is over, you see a remarkable spike afterwards. That is what happened roughly around here. But then what happened in 2020, you saw a drop in sales. You saw a continuation of, you could say, the depressing effect of the Chinese New Year's. And eventually, as the crisis was absorbed, you saw a recovery. And as of now, the number of port calls, container port calls around the world has somewhat recovered to a level which is a little bit similar to pre-COVID-19. Again, it remains to be seen. We'll see what's going to happen by the end of this year. It's going to be quite revealing as we enter right now the peak commercial season in North America. And shipping lines have been doing this in a very, very different way. When the financial crisis took place in 2008, 2009, immediately the operating margins declined substantially, forcing shipping lines to adopt economies of scale, rationalization, slow steaming, things that we have become familiar with in terms of how the shipping industry react to shocks. And then eventually it recovered, but it was iffy. It took many years of instability. Even with the engine bankruptcy, which of course for the Korean shipping industry was quite damaging, it took place in a time of depressed, I would say, operating margin. Then, by roughly around 2018 and 19, the shipping lines start to embark more and more in capacity management. They were capable of maintaining their rates by adjusting accordingly their capacity. And what is remarkable concerning COVID-19, that under normal circumstances, you would expect a sharp decline in operating margins. It is exactly the opposite that happened. Shipping lines were able to maintain and expand their operating margins. And again, that's remarkable. And the rule of the game is capacity management. We have observed that, for instance, across the Asia-United States shipping route, which is quite important, obviously, for China and Korea. And what we've noticed is the return rate has remained relatively similar, always depressed because of the trade imbalances. However, when the pandemic took place in April, May, the shipping industry adapted by introducing more and more blank sailings, that is, canceling services, some of them, but also managing their capacity, pushing for economies of scale. Ships that arrive in the United States became bigger and bigger, and it created problems in terminal operations because of that compression. It created phases of high periods of activity, low period of activities, but still the rates increased dramatically. We will see how sustainable this is, but that has been, I would say, a very unique response for the shipping industry. This map is the outcome of research from my colleagues, Theo Notteboom and Athanasios Pallis and myself. We're currently doing some research about COVID-19 in the shipping industry. And we try to compile around the world, around a series of ports, including Busan, where are the most dramatic changes taking place because of the pandemic. And you see there is no very clear pattern. That's something we found remarkable. That is, it tends to be correlated with if the port is a commercial gateway or not. Tends to be the case. Transshipment hubs tend to be dealing better or doing better, which is good news for Busan. And however, what we found out that there's absolutely no correlation with how the ports were impacted during the financial crisis and how the ports were impacted by COVID-19. We could find any correlation, actually no correlation whatsoever. So that's something we found very, very puzzling. It means there's something else taking place. It is mostly related to what supply chains are concerned, and maybe we're going to find out it's related to specific trade lanes and trade corridors. But at this point, we're still starting to observe how this is unfolding. And the first thing we noticed that there was a similar setback than the financial crisis, but there was no correlation between the financial crisis and COVID-19 in terms of the range or the traffic changes at port. And interestingly, Busan is a port around the world which seems to be doing better than others. In Latin America, the Latin American ports appear to be doing well. Ports in North America are not doing very well during the pandemic, and ports in Europe are the ones who have performed the worst. Again, it mostly linked with the dependency on imports. So it brings us a lot of questions about what's going to happen now in the logistics sector. And that's something which is linked to a series of factors, a lot of uncertainties. One being what's going to happen in the workforce. That is, we are discovering a lot of telecommuting, a lot of online type of work, a lot of online meetings, such as this one. And to what extent the industry, and particularly the logistic industry, is going to adapt to this. Is this going to create automation? That's something which is also quite an issue, because we've noticed a very large substitution during the pandemic to e-commerce. In the United States, Amazon has increased its footprint by roughly 40% more square footage this year in the United States than in 2019, just by Amazon. And of course, it's going to create a push towards automation. The concern for me is what's going to happen if we start to have a cascading defaults in the retail sector. Lots of portfolios, while the retail industry, the tourism industry, the airline industry, many industrial sectors as well are being deeply impacted, and they start to have a lot of layoff, and they start to create a depressing effect on the demand, and it could create a lot of issues, which could create a negative cascading effect, and then what became a temporary shock could become an enduring recession or depression. That again remains to be seen. So meanwhile, obviously, we lost a lot of discretionary demand, and we found out that service economies were much more vulnerable than others. So again, that's essentially somewhat my conclusion is, are we dealing with something which is a singularity, or are we dealing with something which is the new normal? And this is going to have a multiple array of impacts concerning economic integration, the manufacturing sector, the transportation sectors, how do we manage transactions? And I wonder, for instance, as far as economic integration is concerned, are we going to see a lot of renegotiation of trade agreement, the re-emergence of protectionism? This is what was already happening in the United States before the pandemic, particularly with China, and that had started to have a significant impact on trade structure. I wonder if this is now going to become, I would say, widespread around the world, particularly since we lost a lot of trust about China and Chinese-related supply chain. What about production? What about automation? And what about a reassessment of the vulnerability of supply chain? In the United States, we realized that we're very vulnerable in terms of medical equipment and the drug industry that might create changes in terms of the sourcing strategies. We'll see what's going to happen with international transportation and port activities when we might experience a decline of port activity after the current resurgence, after the restocking takes place, after, let's say, the peak season of the United States and the Western world takes place in the fall. What's going to happen afterwards? It remains to be seen. And as far as Korea is concerned, the two questions I'm asking, particularly concerning Busan, which is, of course, a major port. To what extent, because of these changes, Busan could de-anchor its position when export-oriented manufacturing activities start to shift away from China and move to other locations? That could be a very, very big risk. And again, that's full of uncertainty. Busan is a major gateway, of course. Busan is a major transshipment hub linked with the Asia trade across the Pacific, particularly. What would happen when we start to have a lot of decisions made? Okay, we are restructuring all of this. Is it going to involve new platform, new forms of port-centric logistics taking place in other parts of Asia, such as Vietnam, Indonesia, Bangladesh, India, and other parts of South Asia and even Africa? So that's something which is, of course, to be looked at. It is something that needs to be discussed. To what extent all of these changes are going to have an impact on the existing shipping network, on the existing sourcing strategies of supply chain, and obviously on the existing trade lanes around the world. With this said, that's what I had to say for now, and I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward maybe to receive some questions and discuss the matter further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Rodrigue has provided much insight and has provided a very sharp analysis of the changes in the economy and logistics after COVID-19. We will now enter into the panel discussion session. I would like to invite Vice President Jong-deog-Kim to moderate.
Hello, as introduced, my name is Kim Jong-deog. I'm the Research Vice President of KMI. I'd like to first of all thank everyone for participating despite your busy schedules. We have just heard a keynote speech by Mr. Jean-Paul Rodrigue. It was a very systematic and detailed presentation on the situation faced by the logistics systems in maritime, especially maritime logistics systems in Northeast Asia, focusing on Busan as well. So let's hope. And I think that he has deferred his decision or judgment on whether what we are experiencing right now is a new normal or an event of singularity. So since the corona outbreak in January of this year, we are feeling all the shocks and disruptions to our logistics and also to our daily lives, especially when it comes to automobile industry. The intermediary goods supply has been disrupted, and so we are experiencing the shocks and disruptions that Mr. Rodrigue has been talking about, and we don't know how long this will last. And depending on how long it will continue, we will be very much impacted. And global economic growth is slowing down, and multinational companies are transitioning from offshore to nearshore or onshore, and that has also impacted us as well. And so even after the coronavirus vaccine has been developed, rebuilding the confidence that we have lost in the logistics system is something that will take quite some time. So in that regard, the keynote speech by Mr. Rodrigue and the panel discussion that we'll be having from now on will be quite meaningful and very timely. We have 5 discussants with us, 4 from Korea and 1 from Japan. And we'll go in this order. Mr. Kim Kye-hwan from KIET, and then Mr. Park Ho-Chul from the Busan Port Authority, and Mr. Kawai Masahiro from Japan, from ARENA, and Professor Sang-joon from Kookmin University, and then Mr. Lee Sung-woo from KMI. I will give all of them 7 minutes each to give their panel presentation. You can talk about the questions that Mr. Rodrigue has presented us with, and also your thoughts on the impact of the coronavirus on the logistics. So, Mr. Kim Kye-hwan, would you like to go first? The floor is yours. Hello. I'm from the KIET. My name is Kim Kye-hwan. Mr. Rodrigue has been talking about the coronavirus, COVID-19, and its impact on the maritime logistics. And he has been talking from a historic point of view, and also the disruptions to the global supply chain in the past, and comparing it to what is happening now, and what kind of response would be most efficient and effective. So thank you for that presentation. And there is a lot of talk about how the coronavirus has been impacting the global supply chain. But we have to take a historical point of view and look at how the global supply chain has been transitioning, has been transforming. Of course, the coronavirus, COVID-19, has had a particularly big shock and disruption on the global supply chain, but that kind of a change has been happening for some time, and the COVID-19 actually accelerated all these transformation and changes. So from the South Korean perspective, from the 1990s, early 1990s, since the new southward policy, I think the changes that are happening right now are of similar size and level. So from that point of view, the rearrangement and rearrangement and restructuring of the logistics system, I think the relationships, bilateral and multilateral relationships in the region and across the world is very, very important, in very important criteria. And so I think there are three things that we have to keep in mind and thinking about the in responding to the changes and disruptions in the supply chain. First of all is the southward and westward progression of the global supply chain, with Korean and Taiwanese companies looking for cheaper human labor and moving towards to Southeast Asia. And also we have to keep in mind the technology Cold War between the United States and China. And so the anti or post-China or de-Sinization is something that we have to keep in mind. And thirdly, we have to think about high-tech manufacturing industry and build our industry towards that. So first of all, regarding the southward progression and the westward progression, so many companies in both in Northeast Asia have been looking to Southeast Asia and transferring their production plants to Southeast Asia, and also looking for cheaper human labor in these countries. And that has been accelerated in the COVID era. And then there is the issue of technological Cold War. And this will not be slowed down significantly even if Biden comes into power. The hegemonic struggle among superpowers for technological hegemony is something that is going to continue to happen. And so the Chinese American decoupling is something that will be inevitable. It would not be as disruptive or complete. This kind of decoupling will not be as complete as during the old Cold War between the United States and Soviet Union, but there will be quite a significant decoupling between China and the United States, and that will open up a lot of options for Korea and also impact Korea quite severely. And then next, what would decide or determine the high-tech manufacturing? What would be the elements that determine the success of high-tech manufacturing? I think R&D will have to be close by, and that will determine the competitiveness of the manufacturing industry. Whether you have R&D capabilities and whether it's physically close by will be a determining factor. So Korean companies going forward, the high-tech manufacturing industry will have to keep that in mind. And the Korean government will have to build up an ecosystem that has both, that combines R&D with the high-tech manufacturing. And so a reshoring is taking place in order to build up this ecosystem for high-tech manufacturing. So regarding all these changes that are taking place, especially so what should the economy, especially the manufacturing industry, be thinking of? And what kind of strategies should we be engaging in? Let me try to answer that question briefly. I think first of all, we should focus on consulting services and also focus on high-tech manufacturing and also the fourth industrial revolution. Even in Southeast Asian countries, the focus is on the fourth industrial revolution, and they are focusing on building up their high-tech manufacturing industries. And so there is a high demand for consulting services, and I think we are well equipped in Korea to offer those kind of consulting services and leadership. And so there will be a good match. So on one hand, we have to sophisticate our domestic manufacturing industries, and then based on that experience, we should be offering the leadership and services to the to Southeast Asian countries and emerging economies that have a great high demand for such high-tech manufacturing services. So, in one word, we can rise to become the high-tech manufacturing platform in Asia. So, moving away from just exporting intermediary goods, we have to be reborn as a much more sophisticated high-tech manufacturing platform that offers both processing and business models and so on. In the 19th century and even throughout the 20th century, building up factories for production and production plants was the core business. But now that kind of role is being absorbed by big cities in the 21st century. And for that big cities to succeed as a high-tech manufacturing platform, I think agglomeration and density is very important. And I think the Busan and Gyeongnam region is well suited to aim for and succeed in this kind of agglomeration and density. Mr. Rodrigue has also talked about how Busan has been a very central port. And when the focus shifts from China to the to the Southeast Asian countries, then there will be a huge risk or an uncertainty faced by Busan. And I do agree. And I think a good response to this kind of uncertainty would be the strategy to sophisticate our manufacturing industries to become high-tech manufacturing industry and become a platform within the Asian region for high-tech manufacturing. And when I talk about platform, we have students, engineers, and big companies from Southeast Asia coming into Korea. And if they can join joint research with Korean companies, that can happen within Korea. And high-tech manufacturing solutions offered by Koreans that can go into such Korean companies and Korean people can go into Southeast Asian countries to work with the Southeast Asians. So in that way, there will be people-to-people exchanges, business-to-business exchanges, and there will be exchanges of such human resources, infrastructure, and so this, what you can call this soft infrastructure. That will be a viable alternative in building up Korea, especially the Busan area, as a high-tech manufacturing platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we would like to invite Vice President Park from the Busan Port Authority. And Professor Rodrigue has raised a direct question to you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Vice President for Global Business at Busan Port Authority. We held a VRPC forum last week, and Professor Rodrigue, I recall, took part in discussions then as well. Various developments are taking place, and is it a singularity? Is it a single incident, or is it a new normal? Is it a new way of life for us? I think those are the questions that Professor Rodrigue raised. If I am given more time, I will try to answer those questions. Let me go into my presentation first. The title of this session is The Role of Northeast Asian Maritime Logistics and the strategies for Busan in terms of facilitating logistics amongst Korea, China, Japan, and Russia. So I will go into that topic first, after which I will try to answer Professor Rodrigue's questions. The port of Busan is a central port. When we say central port, what we mean by that is that it is serving as a hub. And the port of Busan is a very pivotal port in Northeast Asia, and it is the world's #2 transshipment hub. I'm sure what I'm saying is true. So to add to that, the port of Busan deals with the 6th largest amount of container cargo in the world, and it is, again, the world's #2 transshipment hub. This supports the global prestige of the port of Busan, and it accounts for 75% of container cargo in the Republic of Korea. So going into the main point of my discussion, in order to maintain such a prestigious status, what are the future tasks for the Busan port in the future? Let me share my thoughts on this. In order to become a hub port, you have to meet about 4 requirements. Of course, they may not be all equally important, but they are very important indeed. And the more you meet these 4 requirements, the more potential of achieving growth. What I'm about to say may be quite unfamiliar to you, but nevertheless, you can kind of link what I say to Starbucks coffee or the airport that you often use. First of all, a port has to be at the center of international trade. The Port of Sydney is not very huge on the commercial front. So there is very little possibility that the Port of Sydney can become a hub port. So the geological location of a hub becomes very important in that sense. Next, a port, in order to be a hub port, should not have any major competitors surrounding it. The same with a cafe or an airport. What this means is that the Port of Busan is being challenged by Qingdao, Shanghai, and so forth, because their ports are being extremely enlarged and they are experiencing rapid growth. And this kind of competition that Busan is facing may be a partial answer to Professor Rodrigue's question. Secondly, having stable global networks with other ports around the world is very important. If you arrive at an international airport, you can go to any other location around the world from there, right? So likewise with ports. Third, the service and productivity of the port is very important. I think that a port has to swiftly receive and dispatch ships. In order for this to happen, and in order for everything to be very swift, you have to have the right kind of personnel and facilities in place, and everything has to be backed up by appropriate government policies as well. Finally, a port has to have price competitiveness. You visit many cafes, and if the service quality is the same, you would naturally opt to go to a cheap cafe, right? So the same can be said for a port. Then, how many requirements does the Port of Busan meet amongst these four elements? Geologically speaking, the Port of Busan covers U.S. When U.S. ship leaves the United States and crosses the Pacific, the first port that it reaches is the Port of Busan. And the Port of Busan is located in the middle of, in between China and Japan. So from a strategic point of view, the location of the Port of Busan is very ideal and optimal. And the second element had to do with global networks, right? According to our recent research, the Port of Busan has the world's number 2 networks, outstanding networks. Rank 1 is Singapore, followed by the Port of Busan. And the third element had to do with services and government policies. The Port of Busan continues to enlarge its infrastructure, and the government and many agencies continue to support this. Therefore, I think the Port of Busan meets the third requirement. And lastly, price competitiveness. This is something that is slightly problematic, I would have to say, quite frankly, because no matter how affordable or good your prices are, if your competitor is providing lower prices, then that could not be very meaningful, right? So overall speaking, I believe that the Port of Busan may have some areas for work. At any rate, I wanted to talk about Korea, Japan, China, and Russia's logistics. Let me add a few comments on that topic. we're located in the East Sea, and this sea links you all the way to North Korea and Vladivostok. These four countries, Korea, Japan, China, and Russia, are joined at the sea, and this is a sea where these four countries' interests collide. But at the same time, it has a geological advantage that makes a win-win strategy possible. Like I said, the port of Busan is a transshipment hub, so it has to develop a new growth engine. We want Chinese, Northeast Asian, Northeast region cargo to come all the way to the port of Busan. From China's point of view, in the Jilin areas and other areas, when they try to outship their cargo, Daejeon is miles away, but Vladivostok is relatively closer, which is why China could be and may be willing to seek new channels. Under the Putin government, developing the Far East is one of Putin's policy priorities. Therefore, the importance of Vladivostok becomes all the more greater. Next, Japan. Through the northern region and the Siberian region, Japan may be willing to send container cargo to Vladivostok as well and utilize areas like Niigata of Japan. So this is what I mean by how a win-win strategy is possible for all four countries. One challenge that we face is that despite the growth potential, a lot of politics gets involved and interrupts growth and progress. Secondly, we need to ensure policy transparency and openness. Going through the Russian border, going all the way to the East Sea, oftentimes is not a very facilitated and open channel at the moment. Thirdly, logistics has to go beyond national borders, as I see it. Logistics is a flow of water, is it not? When we talk about a flow of water, it is something very natural, naturally occurring. So logistics has to have efficiency and it pursues lower cost. Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that. Yeah, I tried to cover various topics all at once in a short period of time. I would like to conclude my remarks with this. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Park. Sorry that I could not give you ample time. I think you can make more comments and also respond to Mr. Rodrigue's question in greater detail during the Q&A or general discussion session. And we have online Mr. Kawai Masahiro from ARENA and the University of Tokyo. Thank you very much for joining us online despite your busy schedule. I'm sorry that I cannot give you more than 7 minutes, so could you please keep your comments to 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important symposium. I am the representative director of the Economic Research Institute for Northeast Asia, which is located in Niigata, Japan. I want to talk about U.S.-China trade conflict, COVID-19, global and regional supply chains, and trade issues, and the Japanese government's approach. The difficulty is to talk all of these in 7 minutes. First, everybody knows that China, Japan, and Korea have a very close trade relationship with each other. Interdependence is very high. Okay, Japan, Korea have been increasing their trade dependence on China. On the other hand, China's trade dependence on Japan and Korea has not been rising that much, but China has been increasing its economic and trade interdependence with the Belt and Road Initiative countries. Now, U.S.-China trade interdependence has been reduced over the past 2 years or so, mainly because of the Trump administration's approach to China, and also perhaps COVID-19 may have contributed to this declining dependence, a mutual dependence. Now, supply chains have been disrupted, first because of the U.S.-China trade conflict, and because of COVID-19. Just I want to show you some data. We know that supply chains have been developing and deepening in China, Japan, Korea, ASEAN, and of course globally. When we take a look at industrial goods trade, and particularly when we take a look at the trade structure of industrial goods by stage of production, we observe some interesting facts. First, China. China used to be a big exporter of consumption goods, but China has been persistently raising the exports of capital goods. And China's parts and components export has been rising also. Today, the export of capital goods is now higher than the export of consumption goods for China. For Japan and ROK, they have been focusing on parts and components. Capital goods export used to be high in Japan, but has been declining as a share. Also, capital goods export for Korea has been declining. And when we take a look at imports of parts and components for industrial goods, for Japan, ROK, and also countries like Germany and the U.S., we observe that imports from China has been rising very fast. For Japan, Korea, for Germany, the EU is a much more important source of parts and components, but China's weight has been rising. For the US, similarly. More surprisingly, capital goods imports for Japan, Korea, Germany, and the US see a significant increase in capital goods import from China. China, say, for example, in the case of Japan, Japan depends on China for 50% of imports of capital goods. Korea, also Germany, U.S. So in my view, despite the decoupling issue, the U.S.-China technology conflict, this fact may not change so easily in a drastic way over the next years. Now, logistics is a very important part that supports international trade and economic growth. I take a look at two indicators. First, doing business indicators and the logistic performance indicators, both coming from the World Bank. We know that in terms of doing business indicators, Korea has been persistently the leader among the CJK in Northeast Asia, and Japan, China, and even Russia have been converging to a relatively high level in terms of doing business. Now, however, when we take a look at the trading across borders indicator, which is one of the 10 indicators that affect doing business indicators, then we observe that Northeast Asian countries are not doing very well. In other words, there is significant room for improvement in trading across borders. Even for Korea, Japan, China, and Russia needs significant effort. And so when we take a look at logistics performance indicators, we know that Northeast Asian countries are doing well, in particular CJK. Russia has to catch up. But even for Japan, ROK, and China, there are areas where more improvements be needed. For Japan and Korea, international shipments would be an area where more efforts could be made. For China, customs is the area. For Russia, a lot of efforts in various parts would be needed. Now, Japan's approach to maritime logistics, trade, and supply chains. The Japanese approach has been to support high-level trade arrangement. Let me talk about logistics policy. Japan has no regional policy for maritime logistics in Northeast Asia, but it joins a trilateral cooperation arrangement with China and Korea, and also it forms 3 bilateral cooperation frameworks with China, Korea, Russia, and also with ASEAN. So Japan tries to work together with the neighboring countries to enhance connectivity, particularly focusing on maritime logistics. The Japanese government published a medium-term and long-term port policy called Port 2030 in July 2018. One of the most important directions of this Port 2030 is to create a marine transport network that supports the global value chain. Japan clearly needs a lot of efficient international ports like Busan. Japan's trade and supply chain policies. Japan has not had clearly defined supply chain policies, but recently Japan introduced one important supply chain policy. Now, in terms of trade, Japanese approach has been to implement high-level FTAs or economic partnership arrangements which would naturally support supply chains. Japan has been implementing CPTPP, and also together with Korea, China, ASEAN, Japan has been negotiating on RCEP. RCEP is very important for Japan because it covers Japanese multinational companies' supply chains throughout East Asia. And of course, CJK, FTA is another important supporting framework for Japan. So Japan introduced a supply chain policy in the most recent supplementary budget for fiscal year 2020. Basically, the intention is to support a shift of production by Japanese companies away from China back to home or to third countries. To home, several companies started to receive subsidies based on this supplementary budget. They basically focus on medical equipment and pharmaceutical manufacturing. So this is largely a response to COVID-19. And then more structural policy, the Japanese government is encouraging diversification of supply sources overseas, rather than simply depending on China, but depending on a wider number of countries, particularly in Southeast Asia and even in South Asia. However, this policy does not mean that Japanese multinational companies are being encouraged to get out of China, but many companies in China will continue to stay in China because of the attractiveness of the Chinese market and also China's ability to produce parts and components and capital goods. Japanese policy is to improve diversification. So let me, because of time, let me conclude. The CJK countries have established a deep trade and economic interdependence, and there is a clear benefit to further strengthening trilateral economic cooperation in logistics, trade, and supply chains, which can contribute to an economic recovery from the negative impact of COVID-19. So improving logistics, particularly for international shipments and customs, be important, and making supply chains less concentrated in single countries and more diversified, and thus more resilient to future shocks, and forging RCEP, and we expect the leaders soon to sign RCEP, and hopefully a CJK FTA negotiation will be concluded. But China's role as a major competitive supplier of capital goods and parts and components will likely continue to benefit Japan, ROK, and the rest of the world, even the United States. However, there is a need for the US and China to manage bilateral trade, technology, and strategic conflict to avoid trade disruptive environments. And also, there is a need for the international community to reform the WTO to provide a stable trading framework globally. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 카와이 소장님 감사합니다. 바쁜 시간 중에 중요한 발표를 해주셔서.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. If you have any question, we will deal with them during the Q&A session. Next, we would like to invite Professor Sang-joon Lee, please. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be here with you today. Because of time limits, I would like to pinpoint several of my major points. Before I do that, let me tell you one thing. The Greece civilization, when it was flowering, the Roman civilization was in the peripheries. The same can be said for France and Germany. When France and Germany were at the center, Portugal was at the peripheries. The same can be said for Netherlands and the UK. And when the UK conquered the world, the US was a colony. When the Atlantic ruled, Pacific was a periphery, but we have entered into an era of the Pacific. The greatest change, I think, will come from the Arctic. We are entering into an era bound with changes. Before COVID-19 occurred, the energy supply channel was being restructured. Shale gas was developed by the U.S. and it became a shale export country. And because of climate change, the Arctic ice was melting. And the RNG project was in full force, and LNG has become the focus for Russia as well. Not only were there changes in the energy supply chain, but also in the global value chain as well. In the past, advanced countries thought they couldn't be manufacturers. But what are we witnessing today? They are using technology and become industrial countries. That was what happened with Facebook. If you look at the stocks that are valuable, they are companies like Amazon. So high technology becomes very important in the era we live today. Various new manufacturing centers are emerging today. So when peripheries come to the center, the important thing was to create a road and a channel. The same happened with Rome, Portugal. What I mean by road is a maritime channel. So I think opening maritime channels is very important. If you look at human civilization, they always opened channels and roads. They engaged in trade. And manufacturing happened. And in the process, they thought about how to do things better, which led to innovation. Trade was ensued by manufacturing and innovation. Of course, these three things are happening all at once today. However, in the face of the fourth industrial revolution and changes in the global energy supply chain, in order for Korea to leap forward, Korea has to focus on many things. And Russia is a country that we are focusing on at the moment for many reasons. First of all, it started developing Arctic resources, and it wants to open channels to the Arctic. I think the Arctic is significant for two reasons. First of all, up to the 1960s, Singapore was not a major port, but it later became a major port and has grown even larger than the port of Busan. I think that the port of Busan can grow further because if channels open to the Arctic, then Busan can play a very important role. It could serve as a hub port. Russia is trying to export more LNG to Korea. And what made that possible was not only the port capacity of Korea, but because Korea had the capacity to develop high-tech ships that could carry the LNG. They once used Chinese ships, and the ship had exploded, which is why they have more confidence and trust in Korea-manufactured ships. So I think we should focus on Russia's endeavors to develop the Arctic. If strategic material starts to flow, then various assets will also follow. In last year's East Economy Forum, usually they invite Korea, Japan, and China, but the Indian Prime Minister was invited last year, and Prime Minister Abe said that if the energy of the Arctic could cross Japan, then that could go all the way to India. And I think Korea should have a similar mindset. We have to embrace new ways of thinking. Only then will we be able to prepare for the new future. So the Arctic and Korean ports, we have to rethink how those two can be connected. Of course, we already have a well-functioning system in place, but what I'm suggesting is that our systems and channels can be enlarged. And in terms of maritime linkages with Russia, it has a linkage with the Eurasian Railway, and it also has to do with inland channels, inland water channels. So if all of these channels are combined, it could create a huge synergistic effect. So we should also focus on the Najin Port initiative as well. Secondly, because Russia is so focused on the Arctic, we have to remember that it has abundant ecological resources. At the moment, all we are doing is importing from Russia. And I think Russia wants Korea to do more. Russia wants to create higher added value. Instead of merely and simply exchanging items and goods, I think we have to go one step further than that. Even if we have to bring something in and process it, that doesn't mean that our ports will die altogether, because those items will be transshipped from the port of Busan. Because the way we used to do things was so convenient, we have to challenge ourselves. Yes, it has to have a vision of becoming a hub port around the world. The next has to do with the fourth industrial revolution and technological development. The Arctic area is lowly populated, and it doesn't have much resistance to science and technology. Ever since Putin's fourth term, Russia is really placing importance on science and technology. And Putin is using those words frequently as well, especially words like IoT and robots. And IoT and robots is something that Korea is very good at. And Korean companies are actually seeking areas of cooperation with Russia. Samsung built a center in Russia, and our railroad company is also carrying out a project with Russia. And Hyundai Mobis is creating autonomous vehicles with Russia. So I think, in a similar token, I think the two countries can cooperate in the Arctic area development as well. So I think we should take the most advantage of Busan Port. And because we have a manufacturing center as well, I think we can do so much more than opening new channels, but also create added value. If Busan can take the initiative, then this could lead to the advancement, progress, and growth of the Republic of Korea as well. Thank you very much.
네, 교수님 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you. Professor Lee. Now moving on to the last discussant, Mr. Lee Sung-woo. Since I'm the last to be last one, I think a lot of my what I wanted to say has been mentioned by my predecessors. So first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Rodrigue for his keynote speech. And I'd like to focus on the comments he made in the last part of his speech on the response required of Busan Port in the post-COVID era. And I think one of the discussants, Mr. Park, has been talking about the capabilities and advantages that Busan Port has. Let me speak from a scholar's point of view. I believe COVID-19 is a crisis, but it's also an opportunity for Busan Port. It will be an opportunity for Busan Port to reshape itself, rebuild itself. And there are 2 points I'd like to emphasize in this regard. First of all, most of the freight cargo owners, they are short of ships. They are facing a shortage of ships to ship their cargo, which is quite strange when the demand has fallen and there is less cargo to ship. Why is there a shortage of ships? And if we look into the causes of this situation, I think that we can get a few ideas. First of all, ships are being remodeled in the process. And so there is a hesitancy. So the ships are available, but they are doing the ship owners are doing spot sales because they don't know when the demand will suddenly fall, and they will be facing a lot of losses. So they are reluctant to bear such risks. So they are being very stringent in supplying ships to cargo owners. So these shippers, they are capable of going to Europe, but then there are not that many ports in Europe, so there is a limitation of shipping capabilities to Europe. And so the shipping costs are continuing to rise for shipments to Europe. And so they have to supply ships they have to rent ships to supply. But as Mr. Rodrigue has said, they are focusing on shipping line management and ship management. And they want longer lines, and they want to be assured of longer term profits. So what this implies is shippers, they prefer long-term contracts, but then these days they don't. So freight owners, and people who they are reluctant to take risks, and so so all the stakeholders are reluctant to go for long-term contracts because of the risks. So the government should step in to try to reduce and control these risks and to guarantee and to play the role of guarantor to provide smooth logistics services. And there has been a lot of talk about the fourth industrial revolution and how COVID-19 has been impacting the logistics system. And so there's been a transition from B2B to B2C. Usually in the ports, the focus was B2B. So, but rather than that, there is a lot of the ports, they can afford to go from B2B to B2C. So it's a full process where ports can provide services such as even inventory checks and management. So focusing on customer services is something that ports can look at. This is something, an effort that has to be processed domestically. And when it comes to the East Sea region, including China, North Korea, and Japan, there has to be a network, a very close-knit network for the East Sea trade, especially for marine as well as land transport, to provide alternatives for trade routes and transportation routes. And there are political conflicts between all these countries. I think logistics cooperation can help to overcome these political conflicts. So I think in that way, the Busan port can take the lead in offering solutions from the logistics side to overcome political tensions. So that's one thing that we can focus on. And the other thing is not only the near sea trade, but further away to Russia and to Europe. We have to focus on that and the long-term, take a long-term perspective. So port network will be something that we have to look at and focus on at the same time, because we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know whether what we're experiencing now is a singular event or will become the new normal. So we have to prepare both domestically as well as internationally and regionally, and have two-track focuses in responding to the crisis right now. So in that way, I think Busan Port can take the lead in responding in relation to the question that Mr. Rodrigue presented us. Yes, thank you.
So I think we can use 5 more minutes before we wrap up. So I would like to deal with the questions that were raised by Professor Rodrigue. Vice President Park, I would like to give you 2 minutes to respond to his questions. Professor Rodrigue, I believe, was asking me about how the existing supply chain is all focused on made in China. Made in China means for the U.S. that supply chains are centered in certain areas, and that wholesalers and retailers in the U.S. want to diversify supply chains. Professor Rodrigue, you live in New York. I don't think New York has many made in China products. Most of the sportswear and outfits that you are wearing, a lot of them are made in countries like Bangladesh and Vietnam, because the global supply chain has shifted to those areas. If China is to supply chains are diversified to other countries, that is not actually good news for the port of Busan. Because from China to the U.S., you have to transship from Busan. But if the manufacturing hub is diversified to countries like Myanmar and Bangladesh, then the supply chain ports, of course there are many, and China's ports are one of them, and also the port of Hong Kong and Singapore are possible options as well. So What you pointed out is something that we are also giving much thought to. At any rate, we have to, like I said before, we need to search for new niche markets, and the transshipped cargo, most of it is taken up by Chinese cargo. So if the Port of Busan continues to maximize its geological advantages, I think it can increase its volume. If you look at the volume for up to October, as for TS cargo, we're seeing a growth of over 1%. What this means is that the Port of Busan is serving relatively well as a transshipment hub. So I appreciate your comments, Professor Rodrigue, and yes, we will continue to give much thought to and focus on the points that you have told us. Thank you very much. Director Kawai Masahiro, if you are still with us online, we would like to ask you a simple question. And if anybody from the floor has a question, I think I can give one person an opportunity to raise their questions. Are you still there? Mr. Kawai?
Yes.
감사합니다. 제가 간단한 질문 하나 좀 드리겠습니다. 이 지금 팬데믹 상황은 우리 동아시아에서도 상당한 의미를 지금 주고 있는 것 같습니다. 혹시 소장님께서 이 팬데믹 상황 하에서 한국과 일본과 한국이 물류 분야에서 어떠한 새로운 협력에 들어갈 수 있을 것인지, 그럼 평소에 어떤 생각이 계셨으면 간단하게 개인적인 의견이라도 좋습니다. 좀 소견을 주시면 저희들이 도움이 될 것 같습니다. 부탁드리겠습니다.
Sorry, I did not hear translation.
예, 죄송합니다.
So I did not quite understand the question because I don't understand Hangul. Hello.
다시 질문을
Okay, I'll ask the question again. In the pandemic, what kind of cooperation in terms of logistics development can Korea and Japan engage in to respond to the pandemic in the Northeast Asian region?
That's a very important issue. Japan needs to significantly improve port logistics, and this pandemic has made it very important to make the functions of Japanese ports much more efficient. And given the advancement on the part of Korea in maritime logistics, particularly Busan, I think Japan can learn a lot from Busan in terms of improving the efficiency of Japanese maritime logistics. And also Japan and Korea can work together to facilitate much easier movement of people. Now still pandemics restricting the movement of people. The requirement of the testing and self quarantine requirements are there, and the two countries can come up with a much easier arrangement, and at the same time safe arrangement for people's exchanges. So I think there are several things that the two countries can do together to overcome the negative impact of the pandemic.
네, 갑작스러운 질문이었는데 좋은 말씀 주셔서 감사합니다. 그러면
Yes, thank you very much for that very enlightening advice. We will take one question from the audience before we wrap up this session.
Since nobody seems to have a question, I would like to conclude this session now. We have invited 5 distinguished panelists with us. We talked about supply chain restructuring occurring around the world, and we thank you very much for your insight. Changes in the global supply chain is, of course, a trade and economic issue, but it is also linked with political and strategical matters as well, which is why it's not easy for the policies of many countries to be aligned with one another. That in itself creates many challenges and also creates opportunities. Vice President Park talked about a win-win strategy. I hope North Korea can in the future join us and create a win-5 scenario. So, thank you for your comments and for your timely analysis and diagnosis. I hope this can serve as an opportunity to rethink of our policies and initiatives, and I hope we can further link many global chains and channels around the world. I hope that the insights provided today can serve as a springboard for Korea to further develop into a large trading country. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the insightful discussions and presentations. I would love to give you more time, but unfortunately I cannot. Once again, I would like to thank the moderator and the discussants for your participation. Please give them a big hand. Thank you very much. We will conclude the morning session with this and move to the luncheon hall. Distinguished guests, please remember to take your meal tickets and enjoy your lunch at the Westin Joseon Hotel. Those of you who have not received meal tickets, please come to the registration desk in the lobby area. We are holding the Voice of Peace exhibition in floor 1. We ask for your interest. We will resume session 4 at 2 o'clock sharp in the afternoon. Secretary General Lee Hyuk, Ambassador Ryung Putum, Executive Director Jasmine Lee will join us for the afternoon session. We will meet you at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 2시부터 오후 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 로비에 계신 참가자분들께서는 장내로 입장하셔서 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the afternoon session from 2 o'clock, so please come inside and take a seat. 네, 다시 한번 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 2시부터 오후 세션이 진행될 예정입니다. 로비에 계신 분들께서는 입장하셔서 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 본 행사는 한국어로 진행되며 한영 동시 통역이 제공되고 있습니다. 혹시 통역이 필요하신 분들께서는 테이블 위에 놓인 수신기를 사용해 주시면 되겠습니다. 한국어는 채널 1번, 영어는 2번으로 맞춰주시면 되고요. 또 자리를 비우실 때는 분실 방지를 위해서 수신기는 자리에 두시고 이동 부탁드리겠습니다. We provide simultaneous interpretation. If you need interpretation service, please use the receivers right in front of you on the desk, and please turn to channel 1 for Korean and 2 for English. 네, 아울러 원활한 행사 진행을 위해서 소지하신 휴대전화는 진동 모드로 전환해 주시거나 전원을 꺼주시면 감사하겠습니다. And in order not to disturb the event, please put your cell phone on vibration mode or please turn it off. 네, 또한 모든 심포지엄의 행사는 유튜브로 생중계하고 있습니다. 휴식 시간을 제외하고는 행사 진행 시 자리를 지켜주시면 감사하겠습니다. And this event is being live streamed on YouTube channel, so please be seated except for the break time. 네, 한 가지 더 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 네, Q&A와 관련해서 이번 포럼은 비대면으로 진행되는 만큼 현장 질문은 받지 않고 있습니다. 다만 생중계될 유튜브에서 질문이 있을 경우에 진행 상황에 따라서 사회자가 토론자들에게 대신 질문하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 잠시 후 2시부터 세션 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 지금부터 2020 한겨레
We will now begin the afternoon session of day 2 of the 2020 16th Hankyoreh-Busan International Symposium. And this session will proceed along the theme facilitating city diplomacy to strengthen Korea-ASEAN cooperation. Let me introduce the moderator for this session.
Hyuk from the ASEAN Korean Center. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. 네, 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
please welcome the Secretary General of the ASEAN Korea Center with a round of applause. And we also have with us His Excellency Ng-yuyen Putung.
네, 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 네, 1990년 3월부터 베트남 외교부에서 근무를 시작하셨고요. 베테랑 외교관이십니다. 네, 그러면 다음으로 한국 문화다양성 기구 이사장.
And we also have with us Ms. Jasmine Lee, Executive Director of the Korea Cultural Diversity Organization and a former member of the National Assembly of Korea. And we also have with us an expert on the New Southern Policy, Mr. Choe Professor and Head of the Center for ASEAN-India Studies at the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. And we also have with us Professor Kye-hwan of the Busan National University. He is a rising current affairs critic. We will now begin session 4, and I'll hand over the floor to the moderator.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yinhong, Secretary General of the ASEAN Korea Center. Let me briefly introduce our center to you. In the year 2009, there were various efforts to improve relations between Korea and ASEAN, and for that purpose, the ASEAN Korea Center was established under the support of the Korean government and ASEAN countries. So we are an international organization. We are engaging in various cultural, scholarly exchanges between Korea and ASEAN countries. Last year, we celebrated our 10th anniversary, and the ASEAN Korea Center has much plans and visions for the upcoming decade as well. We're gathered here at the APEC Nurimaru Conference Hall, and I personally think of this opportunity as being very significant. When I used to work for MOFAT as director of the Asia Pacific region, the Busan APEC Summit was held back then, and this very conference hall, Nurimaru, was built for the sake of the APEC Summit in Busan. So ever since the summit was held, the relationship between Korea and ASEAN countries has deepened to a great extent. While entering this hall after all these years, I sincerely hoped that the relationship between Korea and ASEAN can leap forward and that we can overcome the COVID crisis. I hope that the citizens of Busan will also provide their support towards this goal. The relationship between ASEAN and Korea, yes, we have seen much progress. ASEAN is Korea's number 2 trading partner after China, and it is Korea's 3rd largest investment destination. And as the ASEAN area is also where many Korean people go as tourists. If the COVID crisis is over, I'm sure that you all have plans to travel overseas, and I'm quite certain that many Koreans would opt to visit ASEAN countries like the Philippines, Vietnam, and Thailand. So the 10 countries and Korea, we have become ever more close. At our center, and also the Korean government has given much thought on how to improve Korea-ASEAN relations, and we have decided to connect people and increase people-to-people exchanges and also share prosperity and develop and grow together. That has been our slogan for the Korea-ASEAN relationship. And our center also shares that vision and goal. The Hankyoreh media has prepared this excellent international symposium at a time when we are challenged indeed. So I want to thank Hankyoreh for their efforts and for putting together this symposium. My thanks especially goes to the Hankyoreh Foundation for Reunification and Culture. And the Busan Metropolitan has also provided utmost support. So I thank the city as well. The theme for this session is facilitating city diplomacy for strengthening Korea-ASEAN cooperation. But I don't think we need to confine our discussions to this topic only, because we have various and distinguished discussants here with us, including Ambassador Yoon-hyung, Executive Director Jasmine Lee, Professor Won-gi-Choe, and Professor Shi-won-jin, all very distinguished figures. I hope we can engage in discussions on various topics. Anything that crosses your mind with regard to the Korea-ASEAN relationship, please feel free to express them to us. Having said that, city diplomacy is the key word for session 4. Last year's moderator pointed out that the special Korea-ASEAN 25th summit was held in Busan, followed by another round of summit. What this means is that the relationship between Korea and ASEAN is not only important, but the city of Busan is serving as a very important hub. The special summit in itself does not automatically make Busan a hub city. I think Busan can be called a hub city because it is engaged in various areas like investment, trade, and people-to-people exchanges, and the ASEAN community. Because the Korea-ASEAN relationship has evolved, and because the relationship between Busan and ASEAN has evolved on all these fronts that I just mentioned, I believe that is what has made Busan a hub city indeed. And I am extremely glad and happy to be a part of today's symposium that is held in this very important city of Busan. And once again, Busan is given a great opportunity to once again reaffirm its status as the hub city. And I hope that myself and the citizens of Busan can give much thought to how we can better improve Korea-ASEAN relations. With that, I would like to now invite our discussants. The first is Ambassador Yoon-hyung, Vietnam Ambassador to Korea.
I used to work as the ambassador of Korea to Vietnam. And under the Foreign Affairs Ministry, Foreign Ministry of Vietnam, there is an academy, a diplomatic academy, and the ambassador Nguyen used to be the director of that academy. So I met him there. So he has had an excellent track record, both as a scholar and as a diplomat. So he has both practical as well as academic experience in diplomatic affairs. So I have great faith in his capabilities. Currently, Vietnam is the chair of the ASEAN summit. ASEAN, there are 10 countries. And Vietnam, it was Vietnam's turn this year to be the chair country of the ASEAN. And currently, the ASEAN summit is being held in Hanoi. And online, the Korea's ASEAN summit is also being held online right now. And so, of course, President Moon Jae-in is attending that Korea-ASEAN summit. So, His Excellency Ambassador Nguyen Butong will be talking about the ASEAN summit and the position and status of Korea in the ASEAN countries, and also Vietnam's vision regarding ASEAN. So, Your Excellency, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ambassador Lee. Do you hear me? Okay, thank you. First of all, let me thank the Hungary Foundation for inviting me. To this annual forum, and I think that it is a very good chance for me to be in Busan. It is my very first visit to Busan, and I think it will not be the last one. I will be visiting the city more. I promise to myself at least. Also, thank Ambassador Lee for inviting me to this panel where I can share my views on the ASEAN relations with Korea and Vietnam, the role of Vietnam in promoting this relationship at both bilateral and regional level. My presentation on how Vietnam contributes to the promotion of ASEAN as the driving force in the region, and how Vietnam contributes to the promotion of ASEAN-Korea relation is mentioned in the booklet, and I think that you can have the opportunity to look at it and use it for later time. I would like to focus my presentation on more specifically about the theme of our panel, which is city diplomacy. And I would make two major points. Point number one is my discussion on the context where the new Southern policy is implemented. And the second major point is about how we can do in order to promote city-to-city diplomacy. We all know that the new Southern policy introduced by Moon Jae-in government is a very important diplomatic initiative from the part of South Korea, and this initiative has been warmly welcomed by all the ASEAN members. And we are now talking even about the new stage of the new Southern policy, and the term here is New Southern Policy 2.0. So what is important in my view about the new Southern policy is that it has been entering the new phase, which is the implementation phase. We are more familiar with the ASEAN summit with Korea that took place here about 1 year ago in Busan. And it is also about the summit, the Korean Mekong Summit that also took place here, and we are celebrating the first anniversary, and I think next week. So we are familiar with the agreements on the action plans that all of the concerned parties would take in order to bring the political will into the actions, the concrete actions. And we are all familiar with the major themes that are peace, prosperity, and people. So I think that we have achieved quite a lot. Within a year, we have raised the awareness of all the party concerns about how the New Southern policy is important to the countries in ASEAN region and to Korea. And now we are entering the second phase. And the second phase is even more, of course, more important than the first phase, because we all want to see the concrete outcomes, concrete results of the announced policies along the three pillars of peace, prosperity, and people. And we face a new context. We face a new context that I think making the implementation phase a little bit more difficult than the first one. And it is natural, because when we roll the sleeve and then we get into the actual action, then we face with obstacles and difficulties. And I think that, again, it is natural, it is normal in order to get things done. We have three type of new context here. One is ASEAN Way. I think the ASEAN Way is somehow still new to the Korean partner. ASEAN is moving in a gradual and slow way, and the decision made by consensus and by informal meetings rather than by public announcement and open events that every can see. So this is slowing down the process a bit, and I think that ASEAN is for quite a long time now has been criticized by that, but I think that there are some merits in the gradualism, but of course there are some things that we can improve the ASEAN Way. But the bottom line is it takes time, and we should be patient on the way we get the outcomes or get things done. Secondly, when it comes to the specific partners and actors that are implementing, that are translating the agreements into specific projects, we have the people that are having specific interest. We have business circles that are also having business interest here, and then we have a host of different interests, different partners and actors with different interests, and that would also take place for the agreement to be reached. Then we have COVID. COVID-19 is the very special situation when we don't have normal transaction like before. We have the flights that have been canceled. We have the quarantine procedures that prevent people from even thinking of moving, from going overseas. And then we have the strict measures that slow down and that even blunts the efforts for people to get out of the country in the country to be in the foreign land to do projects. So I think that we are having more obstacles when we enter the second phase of implementing the New Southern policy, or the higher stage of promoting cooperation between us. But we have to move to go ahead. We have to move forward, thinking of the better time when we can be back to normal. So it is the very good time for us to stop and think of a more practical and more suitable ways to get things done. And I think, that is the pathway for me to the second part of my presentation, which is the city-to-city diplomacy. I think that it is a very promising way for us to develop the relationship, and I think that it would be something like a contrast from the first phase. The first phase, which is top down, and I think when we enter the second phase, the bottom up approach might be more suitable, and I try to explain why. Reason number one is that we address the specific question. We addressed the specific type of interest, and we attend to the specific actors, the actual actors that are working on the field. So, for example, the city-to-city diplomacy would take forms of the sistership, and I think that this the practice of seeking sistership relationship has been here for some time. We have witnessed the sistership relationship between provinces to provinces, city to cities, and that is the very good place for us to start. Reason number two is that we have some thing to start. We don't start from scratches. We have sistership already, and then we have the context already, and then we have the ongoing projects already, and that is the place for us to continue the ongoing projects. And then when we have the outcome from specific projects, we have the confidence, and then we have the habit, and then the mechanism for further cooperation. And the cooperation that is successful in one area can be easily translated into other area, or from the same area we can go deeper into the more intensified or more institutionalized type of cooperation. So I think that if we promote the city-to-city diplomacy, we have more conditions to translate the planned actions into concrete project, and then we have good outcome. The third reason is that from the bottom-up approach is more manageable, and it's more it's easier to check the outcome, to have the scorecard of the cooperation. So I think that what we can do in order to promote the city-to-city relationship is that we can show to the party concerned of what we can achieve. And here are some areas that I think we can do. And I'm so lucky to have my 2 last days spent in Jeju. And I can have the first experience on how city-to-city cooperation can proceed. One is the marriage. We have about 500 Vietnamese brides in Jeju, and other countries also have women marrying to Korean men in Jeju. And this is, I think, very easy for the women to connect to their hometown. They are real diplomats at the grassroots level, and they can introduce to the city where they came from, to the province where they came from, to the place where they are residing now. Secondly, workers, the workers from abroad can also become the agents for improvement or promotion of relationship. Take the case of Vietnam again. At Jeju, we have about 800 workers, and they are highly valued by the employers in Jeju, and they are contributing to the prosperity of the products that Jeju is producing. And these products are finding their ways to the Vietnamese market. And look what happened. When they are sold in Vietnam, the revenue can be contributed to the trade volume between the two countries. And that is the bottom-up, very bottom-up approach, where the actual people in the actual provinces or cities can contribute to the cooperation between the two countries. That seems to be abstract. So the abstract things can become more actual and become more practical, and people can see that. And last, cities can become the production site for investment. So cities in Vietnam, for example, can be hosting Korean investment projects, like it is happening now in Vietnam and other Southeast Asian countries. So in short, from interpeople relation, from the working and trading relation, and from investment relations, cities can contribute to the promotion of cooperation at the national level. And I think that when we enter the second phase of cooperation, the meeting point here is where the bottom-up approach can meet the top-down approach. And I am ending my presentation with the hopeful remark that we can do so many things in order to promote cities-to-city cooperation. And last but not least, Ambassador Lee just told the audience that I came from an academic background, and it is for me, for the very first time, to see how diplomacy can work in the practical and real conditions. And I'm so happy to present my embassy to contribute to that process. Thank you very much for your attention.
총 대사님 정말 좋은 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your insightful words. The Moon Jae-in government has proclaimed the new Southern policy, and the 2.5 version of the new Southern policy has been disclosed. The phase 2 of the Southern policy means that we will carry out and implement what we have proclaimed, and city-to-city level cooperation becomes ever more important. And it has to be a bottom-up process rather than being a top-down process, so that various citizens can cooperate and come up with substantial results. As a matter of fact, the city of Busan has a sister city relationship with Ho Chi Minh City. And the city of Busan, from a geographical point of view, is able to establish good ties with various cities around the world. And in that respect, city-to-city level exchanges will be very important in achieving the goals of the new Southern policy. So thank you very much, Ambassador, for your words, and I entirely agree with your comments. Next, we would like to invite Executive Director Jasmine Lee. As you are probably well aware, she was the former member of the 19th National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. She has married a Korean, and she has lived in Korea for decades now, I believe. I personally was serving as Korea's ambassador to the Philippines, and that's when she became the National Assembly member. President Aquino awarded her as a prestigious Filipina, and I have met her mother and grandmother as well. So we are quite close, and multicultural family members and foreign migrants to Korea. She has made much efforts to improve their rights and their situation. The Korean society tends to be quite conservative, and those can be called some of the challenges that migrants face. So she has provided very clear and solid visions for Korea in terms of improving migrants' rights in Korea. So I would like to now give the floor to Jasmine Lee. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice to meet you. Listening to what was spoken yesterday, I feel that the focus is not so much on the pandemic, but on the U.S. presidential elections. A lot of talk has been exchanged on U.S. elections yesterday. So in May of this year, according to the results of the Pew Research Center, it stated that in the year 2055, the number of Asian American voters will outnumber Hispanic voters. And even during this year's U.S. presidential elections, Asian Americans were accounted for a huge number of voters. And a lot of them were naturalized citizens. 85% of Asian Americans come from 6 countries. The majority of them come from 6 countries. Number 1, China. Number 2, the Philippines. Number 3, India, Vietnam, Korea, and Japan. And these 6 countries, yes. So in the year 2055, like I pointed out, the proportion of Asian Americans in the U.S. will increase. And it would be quite interesting to see how things change in the future. Of course, the number of migrant voters and naturalized Korean voters in Korea are quite few at the moment. But I think we will continue to see reports and statistics on the results and the changes. Unlike the United States, family migration is immigration is not possible in Korea, which is why the number of migrants will not soar in Korea for the time being. The current Korean government is pushing ahead with the new Southern policy, placing much emphasis on it. So this new Southern policy, as was already mentioned, has three main pillars: peace, prosperity, and people. The first pillar is people. So I want to talk about the migrants and multicultural families in Korea and how they can contribute to improving the relations between Korea and ASEAN. The United States is constantly stating that it will place importance on its ally relationships. As for Korea, early this year, you probably heard how the number of migrants surpassed 2.5 million. 25 million. So the number of naturalized people is over 300. So it stands somewhere a little bit slightly below 5% of the entire Korean population. Usually when the proportion reaches about 5%, that country is called a multicultural society. Among the 2.5 million, most of them are from ASEAN countries. And there are over 1 million members that are a part of multilateral families, and these people are also, a lot of them are from ASEAN countries. Thanks to the ASEAN Korea Center, I received much important data on this.
10년 이상
Those who have dwelled in Korea for over 10 years. 60% of migrants were found to have lived in Korea for 10 years. So they are already past the initial adjustment phase. They have found jobs and they have to engage in social activities, and their contribution to society is growing because they have stayed in Korea for quite an amount of time. Like I said, family immigration is not legally accepted in Korea. So those who migrate through marriage are maintaining close ties with their families in their home countries. So whenever they have information about Korea, they would relay the information to their friends and family members in their country. The news goes even rapidly than what you see on the media reports. And the SNS platform is also very rapid in delivering news and information. The number of hours that people spend in SNS and internet is over 1 hour longer than the global average. The reason for this is because a lot of Southeast Asians have their family members abroad, which is why SNS becomes a very important platform for them. The number of students or children is about 140,000. 60% of them are preschoolers within the framework of multicultural families in Korea. So, not many multicultural family members are eligible for voting, but if you have permanent residency, you can cast your vote for general local elections. So the so-called local elections, if you want to win votes, yes, because they have voting rights for local elections, we might want to remember that fact. Those who have migrated through marriage and the female migrants are serving as important bridges linking cities with each other. Like the ambassador said, it is a bottom-up process. Yes. The migrants will be initiating and improving the relationship between and among countries, and I believe they will become ever more active in the future. Already you can find migrants who are serving as bridges and mediators for creating more sister city relationships between Korea and ASEAN countries. And people like myself who have lived in Korea for a long time, we begin to work in various sectors of society. Of course, the Korea Cultural Diversity Center and interpreting and translating probably may be the only job that comes to your mind. But I became a politician. Some decide to become public servants, professors, and nurses. A lot of migrants are working as nurses in Korea after passing the examination. So, a lot of migrants are establishing their social status here in Korea. And whenever a certain kind of problem or conflict occurs between two countries, or if any kind of natural disasters occur, the migrants join hands with Korean citizens, and they join hands to solve those issues. And you will see more of that happening in the future. As the ambassador pointed out, there are migrants who can link cities. The North Gyeongsang province has a project called Global Lidi. As you're well aware, ASEAN is Korea's number 2 trading partner, which is why the role of migrants are very important because they understand the culture and they're very fluent in the languages. For this reason, they are able to serve the role as diplomats in a sense.
트레이닝을 하고 있습니다. 그러니까 양국 간의 공조를 할 수 있도록 문화하고
They're able to link the cultures of both sides. And a lot of local autonomous bodies and migrant-related organizations, if they will continue to contribute to development of the mutual relationship on these areas. Last but not least, children of migrants are growing up and entering society. A lot of them, for instance, have joined the military. This year marks the 10th year where migrants' children have joined the have been receiving and going through mandatory military service. So their children will also join their parents' efforts in serving as diplomats linking Korea and ASEAN. The 3 female migrants that I mentioned, one of them is a very famous musical performer. And then there's Piabi, very well known for billiard. So I'm sure that we will begin to see them officially become diplomats in Korea. Thank you very much. Because of time constraints, I asked her to be as brief as possible, and I apologize for that. I'm sure you have so much more to say. She talked about multicultural families and how 37% of them come from ASEAN countries. So the issue of multicultural families. Well, foreigners account for 5% of the entire Korean population today. So the term multicultural family, I think, will soon have to disappear actually, because any kind of family in Korea are Korean families, are they not? They are living and coexisting in Korea with all of us, which is why I personally don't really prefer using the term multicultural family. I hope to see that term disappear and that we can send the message that Korea is very open and accepting towards foreigners. And I'm sure that that day will come indeed. Thank you very much for your comments, Jasmine Lee. Next, we would like to invite Professor Won-gi Choe.
Professor Choe Won-gi will be focusing more on the New Southern Policy and take a strategic approach in talking about the New Southern Policy. We are restricting the discussant's comments to 7 minutes, so please keep to that rule. Yes, thank you. I'm Choe Won-gi. I'm working at the Korea National Diplomatic Academy, and we are currently researching the New Southern Policy. Thank you very much for inviting me. I have 4 points to make. First of all, the aim and significance of the New Southern Policy. And secondly, I would like to assess the outcome or achievements of this New Southern Policy, which was announced about 3 years ago in 2017. And thirdly, I'd like to talk about the future of the New Southern Policy. Currently, the ASEAN-Korea Summit is being held online. If the coronavirus, if not for the pandemic, I believe that President Moon Jae-in would have flown to Vietnam, to Hanoi for this meeting, but he will be holding this meeting, participating in this meeting online, probably this afternoon. And he will be also including in his presentation or speech the future direction of the New Southern Policy. So he will be calling it the New Southern Policy Plus. So he will be talking about the future direction of the New Southern Policy. So I will be sharing with you my thoughts on that. And lastly, since the topic of this session is the New Southern Policy and also city diplomacy, I will share with you my thoughts on that as well. First of all, the aim and significance of the New Southern Policy. I have mentioned this on several occasions, but to sum it up again, the New Southern Policy is symbolic of the economic as well as diplomatic diversification that the South Korean government is going for, is aiming for. And the subject of or target of this kind of new diversification policy would be Southeast Asian countries, ASEAN countries. ASEAN countries, right after China, have become important partners, trading partners for Korea. And about a few years ago, and ASEAN countries are growing economically by leaps and bounds. And just a few years ago, the Korea GDP was as big as all the ASEAN countries' GDP put together. But now, all the countries are growing in ASEAN, and now Korea is suffering from low growth at the moment, but the dynamism and driving force is very much alive in ASEAN countries. And they're still growing rapidly, and they will become the center and the engine for the global economy. So diversifying our economic as well as diplomatic policies vis-a-vis ASEAN will be a win-win strategy. And also diplomatic diversification is very, very important. We have the East Asian Summit that we hold annually, not only between Korea, China, and Japan, but other countries will come together. So ASEAN has become the hub for the summit, the gathering place for the leaders of many countries, including countries like New Zealand, Australia, the United States. They will all come together during the ASEAN summit. So the ASEAN region has become a gathering place for world leaders. So we not only need to focus on economic diversification, but also diplomatic diversification. And that sums up what the New Southern Policy is all about. So for the past 3 years, the South Korean government has been very active in pushing ahead with the New Southern Policy, and it has achieved quite a great deal. So it is not top down but bottom up, and it is led. A lot of the initiative is led by business leaders, by businesses. I think about 10,000 Korean companies are already doing business in Vietnam, and they were succeeding. And thanks to the New Southern Policy, the government is strengthening cooperation in order to enhance the environment for Korean businesses to do business in the ASEAN countries. And so it's not only big businesses, but small and medium-sized enterprises that are finding it much easier to do business in ASEAN countries. I think it was back in 2018, and I read some Chinese data. There are about 20,000, almost close to 30,000 Korean companies doing business in China. So it has been decreased by about half. And a lot of these companies have shifted to ASEAN countries. And Korean tourists, their most frequent destination are in ASEAN. And Vietnam, Da Nang in Vietnam is a favorite destination for Korean tourists. And now we even have a mission there. And on the diplomatic front, there is a bureau in the Foreign Ministry of Korea that is dedicated to ASEAN. And in Jakarta, we have the mission of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, and the position and status of this mission has been raised. And so the personnel has been increased by about threefold, and the head of this mission has been promoted to vice ministerial level. There has been 27 rounds of visits in the past 3 years by the president to ASEAN countries or in ASEAN related meetings. That's how active and aggressive the South Korean government is in pushing ahead with the New Southern Policy, and how important the South Korean government thinks of its relation with ASEAN. And actually, we have a common interest. ASEAN and Korea has common interest in promoting open regional cooperation in this region rather than competing. So there is a lot of room for cooperation, regional cooperation to grow. And regarding the future of the New Southern Policy, which will be announced by President Moon Jae-in this afternoon, so I'm not sure, I'm not very well versed in the details, but what I can say for now is that in the future we need to promote and strengthen strategic cooperation so that it is a win-win situation, a mutually beneficiary cooperation and relationship within this region, in the face of rivalry between the U.S. and China. And secondly, I think in the future, the New Southern Policy should focus on cooperation in the health sector, in the medical sector, in the face of the pandemic. And right now, we are facing economic downturn because of the COVID, and so we need to strengthen reciprocal or mutually beneficiary economic cooperation. And Southeast Asian countries, including China, so there were 16 Southeast Asian countries, that came together, and now China has dropped out, and we are joined by New Zealand and some other countries, and we need to strengthen such regional cooperation, and with ASEAN as the center, we need to reach out to the rest of the world together. And lastly, I think the city diplomacy, which Busan is spearheading, is very important in the context of the New Southern Policy. So South Korea, it's not traditionally or strategically located to be a maritime power, but most of the external policies and are taking place through the sea because we are blocked from the continent by North Korea. So the national strategy, this New Southern Policy can be a national strategy for national growth, and Busan can be a great initiator and take the initiative through city diplomacy. So I think Busan has a great opportunity here. Thank you very much.
You have talked about the New Southern Policy and the New Southern Policy Plus. At the Korea-ASEAN Summit, President Moon is soon to disclose the New Southern Policy Plus and its content. And as Professor Choe has pointed out, cooperating on education and healthcare and human development becomes very important, especially in the face of COVID-19. At any rate, the relationship between Korea and ASEAN, unlike Korea's relationship with countries like China, U.S., and Japan, it is a relationship that is ever growing. And it is quite beneficial to each other, which is why under the new Southern policy and also with the support of other important concepts and initiatives, I think we have limitless room for further progress. City-to-city cooperation is also an important pillar of Korea's new Southern policy. Because the city of Busan has many geographical merits, I sincerely hope that Busan will continue to exert efforts and put in ideas for the sake of improving Korea-ASEAN relations. And the ASEAN Korea Center will also seek the support of the Korean government. Last but not least, let us invite Professor Jin. From what I understand, Professor Jin is a very well-known figure in the city of Busan. Professor Jin often talks about the international status of Busan, the concepts of megacity and related initiatives. He is a great supporter of such initiatives and he provides logical grounds for such initiatives. So Professor Jin, well, the relationship between Korean ASEAN and Busan's role in the relationship and how Busan can further strengthen its cooperation with ASEAN countries are the topics that he will deal with. Professor Jin, please. Very nice to meet you all. Let me share some interesting stories since it's afternoon time. Yesterday and this morning, I heard very interesting comments about security and diplomacy. And many people were talking about the COVID-19 situation and President Trump's defeat in the elections and how the environment will change in the future in terms of security and diplomacy and how the relationship between China and the U.S. will evolve and so forth. Many experts have shared their views on these topics. Well, in talking about city diplomacy, I question whether the nation-centered approach and the framework of diplomacy and security is really valid. Of course, they are very important, but I think we also have to remember that citizens have to lead their everyday and normal lives. So, putting everything in the framework of a nation-centered mindset, and if we try to instill that too much to the minds of the citizens, then what happens is that, for instance, when Korea and Japan's relations deteriorates, then people-to-people exchanges are severed all of a sudden as well. It's quite unfortunate to see that happen. So when we are trying to discuss the topic of city diplomacy, I think we have to take a step away from the so-called high politics. What I mean to say is that regardless of the relationship between countries and regardless of the ideology that countries accept, even if there is conflict between countries, even if all of this happens, I think that ordinary citizens should be able to still exchange with one another, enjoy time together, be able to travel and have conversation and smile and laugh with one another. That kind of space is necessary, and that space, creating that kind of space, is the very goal of city diplomacy. So city diplomacy is about a bottom-up approach. It is about a very liberal approach taken by citizens themselves. President Trump has defeated in the election, and he has created a not so much optimal environment around the world. Multilateralism has weakened, and democratic values and human rights have weakened as well. Because we are awaiting a very rational President-elect Biden to take office, I think we pin much hopes on the upcoming U.S. president. Pfizer is announcing that it now has vaccines for COVID as well, which is also very positive. So I wish to see a corona-free world unfold in front of us. Why is city diplomacy important? We talk about globalization, localization, but all of this is not being facilitated ever since the coronavirus hit hard. The economy around the world and the security environment is also deteriorating. Conflict between U.S. and China is cutthroat, and possibility of North Korea provoking is also increasing. I think there is high possibility that North Korea will engage in another round of missile tests. So against this backdrop, globalization is weakening and individual nations are being strengthened and multilateralism is losing ground. But what is positive among all this is that cities are growing and growing. The same can be said for Seoul and the Busan metropolitan city and cities like Shanghai. Regionalism and globalism is being challenged, but we continue to see the creation of megacities, and 50% of the global population are dwelling in cities. So city can be a very important criterion or pillar for thinking of ways to facilitate diplomacy on the level of citizens. If you look at page 9, you see how the government established a balanced development committee, and it has divided Korea into 9 administrative districts. For instance, Daegu, Gyeongbuk, Jeonnam can be separate groupings, and various projects are currently underway. So the south and east bounded together would mean a 8 million population. We are talking about balanced growth nationwide. This is very important for people living outside of Seoul. We cannot survive with the strength of local governments alone, which is why enlarging our cities becomes very important. The Bulgyeong Megacity project is there, and many research centers are preparing for this project. What is missing in the project has to do with city diplomacy with foreign megacities. Whenever I meet public officials working for local governments, I always suggest this idea of cooperating with megacities overseas and how they should further strengthen cooperation with foreign megacities. Actually, Busan is already on that path, and the Bulgyeong Megacity project is among Busan City's 3 main priorities for 2021. We often talk about the new southern policy and the new northern policy and how Busan is the hub city. Is there any substance to it, actually? Because everything is soul-centered in Korea, is it not? So even if we pursue megacities, I think we also have to consider exchanging and cooperating with megacities and megacity citizens of nearby countries. If you look at page 80, as the ambassador has pointed out, Busan City has made a committee to work on this very topic. Of course, because of COVID-19, we're actually not able to convene meetings face to face. Everything is proceeding online. At any rate, what can Busan do to become a hub city for city diplomacy? Hub city should not become a mere rhetoric. The beginning and end of the New Southern Policy is Busan. We hear this kind of slogan quite a lot, but it should not remain as mere rhetoric. The politicians should come up with clear commitments and what they mean when they recognize Busan as a hub city under the new Southern Policy. Busan should indeed become a hub city, not just called one. And otherwise, Seoul will remain and continue to serve as the hub city for city diplomacy in Korea. And Busan will once again be pushed to the peripheries, and we don't want to see that happen, which is why I want the government and politicians to come with more solid content. And then there are our neighboring countries like Japan. Kyushu is there, Fukuoka is there, and there are many megacities in ASEAN region, and then there's Shanghai and Qingdao in China. So cooperating and exchanging with these megacities would be a good idea for Busan, as I see it. I think we have to be a fast and first mover in doing that. Of course, we have a committee in place, but again, I think we have to move rapidly. I keep mentioning Seoul. I hope it makes some concessions and gives more opportunity to Busan cities. When we talk about New Southern Policy or New Northern Policy, if everything and every opportunity is given to Seoul, then what happens to a city like ours? So I hope the central government can ponder on what it can do. And the Busan metropolitan city should not focus on events when it talks about city diplomacy. There should be cultural exchanges on the citizens' level. Many writers, poets visit ASEAN countries quite a bit. So if these kind of exchanges can happen at the city level, that would be very desirable. Of course, at the national level, there has to be much thought on security and diplomacy. But again, citizens are having to lead an everyday life, and they should be given the opportunity to exchange with ASEAN, have exchanges with ASEAN. And one thing that I would like to suggest to Busan Metropolitan City is to take a creative and proactive approach. Instead of waiting for what is decided by the government or the Central Research Institute, it can come up with creative ideas of its own. When we talk about city diplomacy and when we talk about our relationship with ASEAN and strengthening that relationship, and in order to facilitate city diplomacy, I think decentralization is very important. We haven't been able to revise our constitution on that. But I think we have to continue to push ahead so that decentralization in its strict sense can become a reality. Independent local governments should be in place in Korea. Even when Korea-Japan relations are deteriorating, many people still visit the Tema Island to go fishing. So I think we should look at city diplomacy in this latter frame. We have to move away from country to country diplomatic level approaches and focus more on citizen to citizen level exchanges. And I think that should be the focus of metropolitan cities. Even when we talk about giving visa exemptions, I think local governments should be given the authority and right to do that. I'd like to conclude with that. Thank you very much. Professor Jun, thank you very much for your words. I very much agree to what you have pointed out, and I believe that the citizens of Busan and the people of Korea would heed his comments. Oftentimes, when government-to-government relationships go sour, it directly affects the relationship between citizens and people of those countries. And that really helps no one, and it definitely does not help the economy. It doesn't help diplomacy either. I have been involved in Korea-Japan relations for quite a long time, and whenever the relationship deteriorates, the number of tourists decreases almost instantly. So we may want to rethink how to solve that phenomenon. Actually, when relationships with Japan deteriorates, we have to work even more on facilitating cooperation and exchange on the citizen level.
And Professor Chin has been talking about city diplomacy and its importance. And he has given examples of how many Asians, especially Koreans, live in the United States, big cities in the United States. And so mega cities are leading national growth and national progress, and that is a phenomenon that we cannot deny, or it's an inevitable phenomenon that we should take advantage of. So he has pointed out something very important, because when we practice city diplomacy, what we are looking at is the potential, the growth potential of that city. That is the criteria that we have when we decide whether to have a sister relationship with that city or not. And so that is the cold reality. If there is nothing that Busan can give, then megacities around the world will not want to become a sister city of Busan, and vice versa. But when we look at Hanoi, for example, do you know how big Hanoi is? It's 3,300 square kilometers. It's a big city. It's bigger than Seoul in terms of land size. And so growing these sister relationships from city to city, that will be a plus for bilateral relations between our two countries. It's the same for Tokyo. So agglomeration and also heightening density of the cities is a trend that we cannot reverse, and we should ride that trend and harness that trend. And as you know, states, they exist for the people, and it is for the people's happiness that states exist. So that is the raison d'être of countries. So I hope that the citizens will agree with me in also cooperating and also going for such city diplomacy. We have about 20 minutes left. So rather than trying to lead a discussion in this very short period of time, I'd like to give that 20 minutes to each of the discussants, starting with Ambassador Chung.
Maybe.
I'll go a little bit deeper on the point of how we can facilitate the sistership relationship. And we all listening to the other panelists, I would think that we need to have something done at the grassroots level, and the sistership relationship is the way, possible way to start things up. So we would think of 3 ways where we can bring cities together. One is from the administrative perspective. 2 is from the production perspective. And 3 is from the people perspective. And I will go into each of them. From the administrative perspective, I think that the cities are having the same problems. And I think that sharing the experience and building the capacity of the city governments are very important. So we can work together on, say, smart city, community building, and development of the welfare system to benefit the people living in the cities. So we all know that the smart city is now a very common theme that many cities are talking about. So what would the cities can work together in order to share the experience on the concept, on the actual development of smart city is very important, and cities can find partners working on that. So the city governments can find partners from elsewhere, from abroad, to see how the common problems are solved outside their own area of authority. Community building also a very important theme. So welfare, development of welfare system, COVID-19 is the big problem. And the way different cities are coping with this COVID-19 tells a very vivid story that cities efficient and committed with efficient and committed officials can make a difference. And at the national level, COVID-19 cooperation to cope with COVID-19 is right in the agenda of the national leaders. And then at the grassroots level, people from cities or provinces can translate into the actual projects of fighting COVID-19. Production perspective, I think cities can find partners either that are either producing similar or rather in the different cases, different type of product, and the cities, the partnership finding can base on the complementary aspect. So take for example, a city here in South Korea is needing labor, can find partnership with a city elsewhere where labor is more abundant. So the migrant laborers can become a linking point for cities to seek partnership. Same with the relationship where cities can provide production site for the cities that have that host the companies that are needing the sites for overseas investment. And of course, from the third type of the third method of finding cities finding partnership is through the people's connection. So I have mentioned this point, but I just want to make it briefly here that migrants, workers, and tourists can become the agents for linking cities together. So the story, the personal story can be shared and can become the collective understanding. So cities can, through the actual experience of people working, visiting, and marrying, so cities can come together through these actual people. So I think that, in short, I think that if we think of city diplomacy as the bottom-up approach, we would naturally think of sistership relationship, and sistership relationship can be realized through, like I said, administrative, production, and people perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine.
네,
Like I said earlier, 37% of married migrants are from ASEAN countries, and over 60% of migrants in Korea have lived in Korea for over a decade. So when we talk about Korea-ASEAN cooperation, I think the role of multicultural families becomes very important. We are talking about the term, the new normal, but we are also witnessing paradigm shifts in business and in trade, and also in communication.
이 이주민의 청착 단계에서는 세 가지.
When migrants first try to settle, they go through 3 phases. And number 1, they try to adjust. And number 2, after that, they eventually want to return to and contribute to Korean society. And then they look back and also want to contribute to their country of origin. Migrants are operating multiple communities in Korea at the moment, and these communities are quite active. These communities, for instance, their activities are usually confined to the area that they live in. Oftentimes, Koreans perceive migrants as people who need their help. And I think that kind of perception and framework needs to change. Because migrants have dwelled in Korea for quite a long period of time, and because they have become socially active, they have established themselves within the Korean society. Therefore, there is a strong linkage between migrants' home countries and Korea. And like I said earlier, there is the solid SNS platform, which is very active amongst migrants in Korea. So, popular SNS platforms in the ASEAN countries are the ones that migrants often utilize. online dependency will ever increase. So SNS can serve as a very important platform for increasing people-to-people exchanges. When we talk about the new normal, well, what we are doing today is also a good example because we are broadcasting this symposium live through YouTube. And when this kind of thing happens, then the families of migrants living overseas and people around the world and ASEAN people interested in Korea will have important access. And eventually, the migrants living in Korea will play a very important role. Likewise, ever since 2016, the Ministry of Family Affairs has come up with a database for migrants. It is a database that sorts people with linguistic capabilities. Yes, that kind of database is in place. Many married migrants coming to Korea through marriage, are emerging as very important players in Korea, and they continue to talk to us about their children. 50% of the children are preschoolers, but within a decade, these children will become, just as Sung-Kim, these children can become Vietnamese Korean diplomats or Cambodian Korean athletes, can they not? So, Koreans of ASEAN origin will become very important figures in Korean society. And I sincerely hope that the migrants in Korea can contribute to the growth and development of both Korea and of ASEAN countries.
Yes, thank you. Professor Choi Won-gi and the two last discussants. You have 7 minutes left among the two of you, so could you make it brief? Yes, I will. I will just make 3 points about the New Southern Policy. The continuity of the New Southern Policy. From the beginning, the South Korean government's policy was vis-a-vis ASEAN was criticized for its inconsistency because when the government changes, when there is a power shift or transfer, then the policies will change. So the lack of consistency was a point of criticism and attack. But in the past 30 years, the approach of the South Korean government towards ASEAN has been pretty consistent. So every 5 years, we have a power shift in the South Korean government, and there is a rebranding of diplomatic policies or foreign policies. But if you look at the contents, it has been pretty consistent. And from the ASEAN point of view, you can see the consistency. For example, the Korean mission to ASEAN, or FTA between Korea and ASEAN. So regardless of who is in power in Korea, the foreign policies vis-a-vis ASEAN has been pretty consistent. And so this consistency, continuity should continue. It was the Southern policy started in under the Roh-moo-yeon administrationship, and it has survived through the Lee Myung-bak and Park Geun-hye governments. And so I think the concerns about the inconsistency of the New Southern Policy does not have much grounds. And so the interests and also the aim and direction of are also quite consistent. So the general direction and the consistency will continue in the future. And secondly, regarding the focus of the overly focused over-focus on the economy. I am well aware of that criticism that the Korean government is focusing too much on the economy, and it's not a reciprocal relationship. So that is why the current government has been focusing on mutual benefits, reciprocity. So a lot of the projects initiated by the government has been focusing on community building. And the mutually beneficiary and nature, and also the supplementary and complementary nature of the ASEAN-Korean relationship is going on strong. And we are moving, ASEAN countries are moving from labor-intensive to a capital-intensive economy. And so there is a lot of cooperation in that regard. As also in terms of SMEs. And since people are doing all that, so there is human capital like TVET, where ASEAN and Korea are cooperating. So these are the points of emphasis that the South Korean government is very much aware of, and they're putting all that into practice. So I would like to say that the criticism that the New Southern policy is overly commercial or commercially oriented is groundless. And I think, as was pointed out by Professor Jin also, for the ASEAN-Korea people relationship to become a community, people-to-people exchanges should be emphasized so that there is a real sense of community felt by people. So rather than this initiative being led by the central government, it should be the local governments and also the civil society that come together and try to lead this southern policy. So the people, out of people, peace, and prosperity, people should be at the front and center of this initiative. Not just one-off tourism visits, but also consistent education and training sessions, and also people-to-people exchanges, especially among the young people. And all that will culminate in building up a community. I know that we will not have results in the short term, but in the long run, this is what will really bear heavy fruit. And this would be the path towards real community.
Because we have only 1 minute remaining, please. People have to come together and stay together. Of course, we have done that under the framework of the nation. But oftentimes, when there are cities where rivers or lakes run in between, they have become very close and have exchanged to a great deal, even when there were cities of different countries. Professor talked about how Japan had a very bureaucratic approach and a market-centered approach, and how Japan has made ASEAN a production base. And of course, a lot of ODA was provided as well. Nevertheless, I don't think that the Japan-ASEAN relationship was all that good. I think the missing loop was the people-to-people exchanges. So taking the people-to-people level exchanges is something that the nation cannot take care of on its own. There is much diplomatic conflict, history issues, and oftentimes nations are confined and they're stuck with dealing with those issues. So cities, megacities, and administrative districts should have the right and freedom to engage and exchange with foreign city counterparts. And if intercity relationship is to be facilitated, then immigration control rights should be given to local governments. And police should have more independence on the local level as well. And local governments, well, ambassadors have come to Busan City today, and then they have foundations for promoting exchanges. But if we could set up a separate department or a division in part of diplomacy under the city of Busan, this kind of institutional effort would be quite desirable. So I hope we can be more creative and proactive in coming up with visions for the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comments. Because we have now run out of time, let me wrap up. The city of Busan, under the new Southern policy and the grand Southeast Asia policy, Busan has to become a very important part of them, and it can be an important part of them. And I hope a lot of people have talked about civil society level cooperation and its importance. In talking about city to city or citizen level exchanges, what becomes very important is that it has to be an elevated level of cooperation, a mature cooperation and exchange. We want to see ASEAN citizens have a very good image of Korea and Busan City. And I thank the Hankyoreh Peace Research Institute for this session on city diplomacy and city level exchange. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much. Moving beyond just economic or commercially oriented relationship between Korea and ASEAN, there has to be more people-to-people exchanges and more deepening and expanding of the Korea-ASEAN relations. So in that regard, I think it was a very meaningful discussion. So thank you very much to the moderator and the panelists. Please give them a big round of applause. And we will now take a 20-minute break. Please enjoy the coffee and tea available outside in the lobby. And I'll meet you again here in 20 minutes' time. Thank you.